Maybe we shouldn't even tell him. What day? What, Daddy? What did you need my help with? But try this. The order doesn't matter. I just went out and shut it, like felt like if anybody can figure out how to change this, if he goes to the There must be a way to organize. I just, but it's so much faster to get them to play.
Six shot for 14 hours.
Is there another internet cable? Shit. I kind of want to plug in this laptop.
There's an Ethernet cable right here. It's very long too. No, there's two. Yeah, there used to be two people sitting here.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Michael.
I can't hear you.
Oh, you can't hear me?
Rena, is there any, hang on. Rena, is there any volume in this computer?
No, speakers are button stuff.
Hello.
Yeah.
I think we're live on YouTube.
That one is-
Say something.
Michael, can you hear me now?
Jasmine, can you say something?
Can you hear me now?
Huh?
Can you hear me now? Hello?
Jasmine, speak again. And turn the mic up.
Hello?
Jasmine,
hear
can
me?
you say something?
I'm saying something.
Huh?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, so,
Hello?
Jasmine, speak again.
Hello?
Jasmine, can you say something? Let me,
I'm
mute.
saying something.
Can you hear me now? Yeah, so, hang on, let me mute the YouTube. Okay, what room is this? 4?
Yeah, I think this is 4.
This is room 4. Sorry, I got 3 of them going here at my office.
I figured.
But
So you'll make me a co-host, right? And then that way I can transfer it to the next person after me, right?
are you talking, Yasmin? Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Wait a sec. Messed up. Try talking again.
Hello?
Oh,
Oh no.
they only hear you through the YouTube.
Oh no.
They only hear you through the YouTube. Oh, I got it. I see it. Okay, try now.
Hello?
Yeah,
Okay.
confusing. Okay, so this is room 4. And who is supposed to be who's here?
I believe it's Katrin's section first.
Yeah.
And yeah, Sarah.
First Katrin. Okay, so she's late, but um,
But you'll make me co-host, right? So then I can transfer it to the next helper, correct?
Yeah, you're co-host now. Okay?
I think you made Amaris co-host instead.
Right there. They're like moving around in the
Oh.
clip. Uh,
Oh, I'm not co-hosting.
no, I can't. Oh wow.
Okay, yeah, I'm co-host now.
Yeah, but I'm trying to figure out where Catherine is because she needs to be uh, co-host. I guess I can just be host. All right, I'm gonna turn this volume down.
Oh, actually, wait. Oh, sorry, Michael.
Yeah.
Actually, if I'm co-host, I'm not able to make someone else a co-host. So I don't know if that means I would need to be host to transfer it to the next volunteer.
Try admitting somebody.
I can admit someone, yeah, but
Let's try it
not.
right now.
Yeah, I just tried it. Mhm.
Give your push, where's your phone?
Yeah, you're co-host. I mean, you're host now, so try that.
Okay, yeah, I can do it now, and I can just make you co-host again.
Where's your phone and
I
your
gotta
duo?
deal with the other end.
Yeah, no problem.
Did you approve me and duo? Did you approve me and duo?
Jasmine, I'm gonna be in the other room, so call me on my phone, okay? If you need anything.
Okay, perfect.
Bye.
No problem. Thank you.
Why don't you turn it off and turn it on? What? You didn't get the push? Go to the Duo app and you'll see it there.
Jintel, I'll mute and turn off
Oh, it
your
probably timed
camera.
out. Didn't it give you 60 seconds? Okay, I'm pushing it
Hey,
now.
Jamie.
Are you presenting today?
No, I'm just moderating the Zoom room. Are you presenting today?
Yeah.
Good luck. I think we're already live on YouTube, but no. Oh,
Wait,
well. No, but it's okay. Michael and I have been talking for some time trying to figure stuff out. So
oh my God.
I think he's trying to figure out all the other Zoom rooms.
Please don't ask me.
Hallo.
Hallo. Schön, dich zu sehen.
Ich bin nicht in Zürich. Ich bin gestrandet in Bayern, aber ist ganz gut.
Aha.
Wir sind eigentlich in dem Ort, wo Elenas Eltern herkommen. Da
Aha.
machen wir ein kleines Projekt und jetzt genau sind wir gerade hier auf der Durchreise. Wir waren noch in München vorher und jetzt genau sind wir gerade hier und ich habe mir hier mein Office aufgebaut. Das kannst du jetzt leider nicht sehen, aber es ist so eigentlich eine Werkstatt hier. Genau.
Hallo John.
Hi, Katrin.
John, das ist Tibor. Tibor, das ist John. Ihr seid beide gerade in Deutschland. Vermute ich, John, du bist in Deutschland, oder?
Nee, ich bin eigentlich, wir sind kurzfristig nach Wien gefahren. Also.
Hallo.
Hi Tibor.
Hi.
Lieben Gruß soll ich dir ausrichten von Eileen, Katrin.
Ja, vielen Dank. Grüß dich zurück.
Das mache ich gerne, ja.
Ja. Ja, ich glaube, hier unser erstes Panel, das können wir fast auf Deutsch abhalten. Wir werden nämlich gleich noch, Uwe kommt noch gleich dazu. Der ist, denke ich mal, in Neuseeland, kommt aber aus Deutschland. Aber dann haben wir, ich habe meine Studenten schon gewarnt.
Sehr gut.
Okay.
Aber ja, toll, dass ihr gekommen seid.
Herzlichen Dank für die Einladung. Es ist eine Freude. Ich wäre sehr gerne nach Los Angeles gekommen. Aber das ist dann hoffentlich bald wieder soweit.
Beim nächsten Mal, ja, wir hoffen auch. Also wir denken,
Genau.
dass im nächsten Jahr, dass wir da wieder richtige Präsentationen haben. Aber nächstes Jahr bin ich in Deutschland.
Sehr gut. Wo bist du?
Wahrscheinlich Berlin fast die ganze Zeit. Also ich bin auf Sabbatical nächstes Jahr und werde es in Deutschland verbringen. Und dann mal gucken, reise ich so rum, vielleicht nach Frankfurt.
Ja.
Oder nach Zürich.
Wo bist du, Tibor?
Ich bin eigentlich in Zürich. Jetzt
ja,
gerade
okay.
bin ich aber das nennt sich Greding, das ist zwischen Nürnberg und Ingolstadt.
Kenn ich.
Kennst du das?
Ich bin ein paar Jahre jeden Tag jede Woche von Frankfurt nach Ingolstadt gefahren.
Okay, sehr gut, dann kennst du das.
Eine Autobahnabfahrt Greding.
Genau, es war der erste McDonald's an der Autobahn in Europa.
Genau, ja. Und wenn die Blase gedrückt hat auf der Fahrt und ich es nicht ausgehalten habe. Ja. Sehr gut.
Altmühltal, ja. Sehr schönes mittelalterliches Städtchen.
Ja. Hi, Adrian.
Hello, everyone.
How are you?
Hi.
Good. Thank you for having me.
Oh, thank you so much for joining. Let me introduce you Tibor Bilitsky and John Prangle.
Nice to meet you guys.
And first question to you is actually, do you speak German?
No.
Because we just
so go ahead.
The whole panel is German, basically, except for you. But then, and some of the students seem to speak German. I can see Guten Tag in the chat. One of the students, they did their homework. But yeah, Adrian, you're joining us are you in Canada at the moment?
Yes, I'm in Toronto.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah, very nice. And it's probably 3 o'clock there where you are?
Yeah, it's 3 in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Super nice weather after many days of rain and very low temperature. So it's beautiful. Finally.
Beautiful. Very nice. And we have just been joined by Uwe. Hello, Uwe. Oh, maybe he doesn't hear us. Let me see how I can get his attention. Hi, Uwe. Yeah, anyways, yeah, I guess we're where are we? We're in 4 different countries, probably, right? Five different countries, right? Where Tibor is in Germany, John is in Austria, Adrian is in Canada, Uwe, we don't know where he is. Probably New Zealand. I am in Los Angeles. I don't know where everybody else is. So very exciting and very international. And we have a few minutes left before we're officially starting with the panel. So, and I'm going to make an introduction soon. I just want to check if my students are here. And I can also see Jasmine. Jasmine, hi, Jasmine.
Hello. Yes, we're live on YouTube now.
Yes, we are. We are totally live on YouTube. So very exciting. Thanks, Jasmine, for co-hosting. Jasmine is sort of like the door person and letting people in. Hello, Will. Good to see you.
Hello.
Hi.
Good afternoon or evening or morning, wherever you all are.
That's right. So it's it's 3 p.m. in Toronto. It's 9 p.m. in Germany and Austria. New Zealand, I don't even know. It might be 10 p.m. No, it looks like it's light. I have no idea what the time is in New Zealand. Something like, Jamie, something like same as Hong Kong time, maybe. So 15 hours.
16 hours.
16 hours ahead.
Yeah.
That's like 4 a.m. That just doesn't sound right, but maybe.
I think it's 2 a.m. right now.
2 a.m. Okay. All
or
right.
3 a.m. Yeah.
Well, let's see. Sarah Koons, are you here? Just want to check if the presenters are all here.
I'm here.
Oh yeah, perfect. Hi, Sarah.
Hi, how are you guys?
Good, good. So Sarah, you
Okay.
Oh, there we go.
I got it.
Hello. Hello.
All right. Hi, everyone.
Hi, good to see you. Hi, Uwe. I want to introduce you to the co-jurors, Tibor Bilitsky, who's currently in Germany, Adrian Pfeiffer from Canada, John Prangel in actually Frankfurt, but now in Vienna, and Uwe. We were just speculating where you were because we were just like figuring out what time it is everywhere. If you're in New Zealand, it must be like 2 a.m.
No, it's sun is just rising. It's 7 a.m.
Still a very early start.
That's fine.
It's cool. It's pretty all day round, 24-hour during.
Yeah, that's right. We have a 24-hour jury. We could just do a 24-hour review, non-stop review. That would be fun. And then just the jurors, they just kind of come in whenever like their time zone, like whenever it's their time zone's turn, they kind of like just zoom in. Great. So Sarah is here, Will is here, Jamie is here, and those are the presenters for the morning. And I think we can get started. Perhaps just to say these are the final reviews of the undergraduate architecture program at Cal Poly Pomona, which means it's the final project of a 5-year program. And we're a group of more than 100 students. So there's a total of 6 sections, and you're basically, as jurors, you will see 2 sections today. So my own section first, and then André Lucha's section. By the way, he's from Switzerland, so we can continue the German conversation. Before I say something about what we are doing, I actually want to introduce the jury to everybody with a little bit more detail. So once again, we have jurors from 4 different countries and 3 different continents, right? So Uwe Rieger is joining us from New Zealand, from Auckland. He's a professor at the University of Auckland, and his research focuses on reactive architecture. He established the Arc per Second Lab for cross-reality architecture and interactive systems at the university. And he does very cool installations and interactive architecture. Thanks for joining, Uwe.
Hello, thanks for having me.
And then John Prengel is, he's joining us from Vienna, but he is based in Frankfurt, Germany. And he's principal at Raumwerk, an architecture firm, multi-scale architecture firm based in Frankfurt, Germany, founded in 2000. Very great projects. Thank you for joining, John.
Thanks for the invitation.
Tibor Bilitsky is joining us from Germany, but he's based in Switzerland, Zurich, typically, and he's an architect, a photographer, an editor based in Zurich, and he's the founder of several publications, including Plan Phase and Superposition, and he is currently working as an architect at Caruso St. John in Zurich. Thank you for joining, Tibor.
Thank you very much for the invitation, Kevin.
And then finally, Adrian Pfeiffer. He is joining us from Canada, from Toronto. He is the principal of office of Adrian Pfeiffer. He also teaches architecture at the University of Toronto, and he does really beautiful projects in his office, and he's the author of Strange Primitivism, a book.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for joining, Adrian. Just a little bit, maybe I don't know if you all have the concept board link for our studio here. If not, I can post it in the chat. So today you will actually see projects from two sections. So the first one will be my section, and that will be one concept board. And the other section will be Andre Lucia, and he's gonna give you the other concept board link. So I'm just gonna post it in the chat so you can have it. And the way we will do it is that the students will present in Zoom, and they will share their screen. So you can follow along in Zoom the presentation, but at the same time, you can feel free to just browse around on concept board. So my particular focus in my studio is cultural buildings, cultural and public buildings, and the particular site is the Toy District in Los Angeles. The Toy District is in downtown Los Angeles, and I think, Sarah, if you could, when you start presenting, perhaps you could kind of share, just talk a little bit about the context, so the jury knows a little bit more. But it's located in Los Angeles, in downtown Los Angeles, and it has a really high population of homeless people at the moment. At the same time, the urban fabric is very, very dense and very different to what you find elsewhere in downtown Los Angeles. And the current buildings there are all 1 to 2 stories, but we kind of anticipate in the future that there will be more, something like 5-story buildings. Yeah, that's pretty much it. And we have, for each student, we have about 30 minutes. The students will get 8 minutes to present their projects, and then we have the rest of the time for feedback. And yeah, I'm gonna ask the students to please try to stay within the 8 minutes so that we can get as much from our jury as possible. Jasmine is joining us to time, right? Like, you'll send us some reminders if we're running over.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask, do you want me to time for both the student and the full 27 minutes as well?
Maybe just the student. I think that's fine. Like, just 8 minutes, just remind the students when they're close to the 8 minutes. And if they have 10 minutes, then we have to cut them off. And I can time the rest. yeah, and that is pretty much it. Are there any questions from the jury?
Good.
Okay, great. Perhaps to add to this, the students wrote their own program. They found their own site within the toy district. They did their own kind of zoning and code analysis. And they also each have a very specific way of approaching the project from, like a conceptual point of view. So what unifies all of the project is kind of like a focus on public cultural buildings, but then everyone has their very own take. I think that we can actually get started. We're 2 minutes early, but which is unusual, but I'm sure we need those 2 minutes to catch up later. So Sarah, are you ready?
Yeah.
So you can share your screen and then maybe the jury.
It says host has disabled participant screen sharing.
I see.
Oh, Katrin, so you won't be sharing the screen.
Yeah, can we enable screen sharing for the participants?
Okay, you should be able to now, Sarah.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you, Jasmine. Okay, perfect. Okay. So I'm Sarah, and my project is the 424 Center. I'm proposing a combined dance school and community center in the toy district of Los Angeles. So my approach was essentially to look at the site and see that there was a beautiful dense fabric, but there wasn't any open space for people to kind of lounge. When I visited the site, I saw that people were literally taking long chairs, like bringing chairs out and sitting on the sidewalk. There really wasn't enough pedestrian and public space to just accommodate the community. So I wanted to provide that space that was really needed, and also to create an opportunity for a democratized way where people can participate and watch in performances. I wanted to almost explore voyeurism, where you can be a pedestrian and become an audience member. So I wanted to make my building fit into the fabric of the toy district by creating this courtyard that really utilizes an element of surprise. And I used a lot of transparencies and selected views to kind of play with that aspect of becoming an informal audience member. I also wanted to play with open space and circulation to create this ad hoc encounter where people can, engage each other without having to go very far out of their way. So this is kind of the street context of the toy district. You can see that just even a few streets away, the density is gone. So it's quite dense in the toy district itself. It's warehouses and very industrial. So here you can see that in the mass that I developed, I wanted to kind of take this courtyard and use that as a way to engage my main circulation space. My program is a combination of a dance school program and a community center program. In the development of my mass, I wanted to start with a bar that wraps itself into a courtyard. And I wanted to engage the street. So I made certain cuts in the roof elevation and also in the courtyard to kind of open up the building to the pedestrian. So in my site plan, you can see that the main street is San Pedro and the smaller street is Winston. So I chose to make the building have a very strong statement on San Pedro, but have a surprising, welcoming entrance on Winston Street, because I felt like that would engage the just the street activity more, because Winston Street is a much more friendlier pedestrian street. So my ground floor plan shows this interaction between the main circulation space and the courtyard. I also have my main auditorium, which also engages the courtyard. And then I have my dance studio here, which is enveloped in glass, so you can see into what the dancers are doing. And then, of course, a cafe, which is located right on the edge, so that it can kind of draw you in as a pedestrian. The second floor has like a balcony for the cafe, which has channel glass, so you can see through the frosted glass the silhouettes of the dancers on the ground floor dance studio. And let's go to the third floor. The third floor has another dance studio and back of house for the performance space. And then level 5 has administration and back of house, but it also has this rooftop access. So there is actually a rooftop courtyard or a rooftop amphitheater that is a third performance space. Excuse me. The top level houses a black box theater. In section, you can see here that the dance studios have this engagement with the cafe space where you can actually sit here, enjoy a coffee, and watch silhouettes of dancers. And then you can see in this section that the main circulation space has this engagement with the courtyard. And then you can see the performance spaces have also this engagement with the courtyard. In elevation, you can see how the roof slopes down and how it wraps around the courtyard to kind of create this layered view where you can sit and you can see, you know, close, medium, and far. You can see the cafe, you can see the courtyard, and then you can see that there might be a performance happening beyond. This roof also kind of helps the pedestrian realize that there might be more if you come this way. And then in this combined section elevation, you can see how the courtyard leads you to observe performances. This is a detail area plan that shows you more of what it would be like if you're sitting having a coffee and you can watch silhouettes of dancers below. Here's the wall section and structural diagram. The building is made of reinforced concrete, and the structure is separate from the facade. And the facade material is zinc panels. Here I have the rendering of being inside the main circulation space, being able to sit and watch, you know, either a practice space or a performance space going on around you. Here's a view of being in the cafe and possibly being able to, look down through the frosted glass. Also beyond to the performance auditorium. The exterior with the slope towards the more pedestrian street and visibility beyond, and then the approach from Winston Street. So when you enter the courtyard, this would be the approach. And lastly, another view of the whole courtyard expanse. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah.
Yeah.
Sarah, I think you. Sorry.
No, I was asking if you shall just jump in, but go ahead.
No, I'm just curious about the buildings that are next to yours. Can you talk a little bit about them? I think the one that is to the west, that actually makes one face of your courtyard.
Yeah, so the buildings currently in the toy district are very industrial. They're very plain. There are very, very few historical buildings, but the one immediately next to the toy district is it's a brick box. Basically, they're used as warehouses and limited in terms of the design, and the character of them is just bricks, CMU. They use the full extent of the site, the lot available to them. They don't allow for any open space or anything like that. The only open space is really the alleys, which are mostly actually access for loading and unloading. But those alleys get converted into the public space because there is no other option. So the alley is really what takes over in the site. And that's kind of why I wanted to create this courtyard, because it can act as an alley, but also act as a designated open space.
I guess I'm asking this as a clarification question, because I'm also interested in when you did your zoning and zoning studies, if the building, again, the one to the west, it's an old building, a new building, if it's going to demolish, replace, etc. I think I'm interested in this aspect because I think it makes your building, it's part of your building. So how are you anticipating the future of that building? It's one, I guess, in my opinion, one important aspect.
Yeah, I agree. So currently the building is, I believe it's only like 3 stories. It's actually quite short, but in the development of the design, we were anticipating that this might be, the proposal of the project was that it might be a few years in the future. So I'm assuming that that building would be torn down and that more maximization of the lot would happen. So someone would want to build a building that is taller. So this building actually it's fictitious that I've placed here, the context building, but I'm assuming that it would be a taller building, since that would make more sense when you think about the location. It's located very close to downtown LA, and the buildings in the toy district are quite small, and realistically, very soon they will be developed into something bigger.
Can I take up your idea, Adrian, and ask also not only the one building to the west, but what I'm interested in is the surrounding urban qualities. So what I see and find very interesting is your interior versus exterior facades. But how does the outside of the U shape kind of wave into the surrounding urban situation?
Yeah, so one of the things that makes my building, I guess, stand out from the rest of the urban context is that most of the buildings are very much just an extrusion of the available lot, because it's more just a financial thing. They're trying to create a warehouse. So the roof lines are flat, and it's not really something that engages the pedestrian at all. And so I was hoping to kind of create this element that can draw you in and draw you up in the layout of my roof line. The surrounding context doesn't it butts up against the sidewalk too. Like there's no buffer between where the pedestrian walks and where the building starts. So there really is like a lack of there's a lack of just engaging with the pedestrian and allowing for that room, even for the pedestrian to walk on the street.
Thanks, Sarah. I've got a general question, very general, starting with. What do you think makes this specifically a dance building?
A dance building?
Yeah.
One of the things that I wanted to do was to make the spaces kind of informal. So they could be used for things other than dance. Ultimately, it is also a community center. So I didn't want to make something too rigid in a sense. But I wanted to do dance and to have this element of dance because it's something that has a range of professional formality and informality. So it's something that you can be trained to perform, and also you can practice this as a common person that is not trained, and you're just, expressing yourself quite naturally. So the building would have, appropriate floor, appropriate sound, and everything to accommodate the dance studio. But ultimately, the dance studio could convert itself into anything, really. It's a dance studio because of the mirrors, the bars, the height of the ceiling and stuff.
Yeah.
But if it needed to be something else, it could be.
Mm-hmm.
Because ultimately the idea is to suit the needs of the community. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. And do you see this action of dance then mainly happening inside, or is this something that flows to the outside, and how does it flow to the outside? The activity.
So I see, I see it happening both inside and in the courtyard.
Yeah.
I see it flowing out. Sorry, go ahead.
Can we have a look at your ground floor plan again?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So on the ground floor, I have these doors that actually open. They slide open along the stage. So that is one way that the performance can flow out. And you can have audience inside, and also you can have audience members in the courtyard. You can take over the courtyard as a performance space itself. Also, the amphitheater on the roof is also another space that can be used as a performance space. I wanted it to feel like you could almost create your own performance in the courtyard if you felt like it. You know, there's performance happening all around you, and why can't you be either practicing or performing as you're enjoying the courtyard?
Yeah, because I was asking, it seems like that all the orientations for the viewing is not necessarily to the courtyard, but is yeah, oriented away from it, either to the entrance of the space through the cafe, or then you've got your stepped lecture theater, or which is then looking into the yeah, what is this, a void space in there where you said you can open the doors widely below the word green room?
I'm not sure.
That one, yeah, that one.
Oh, so yes, this is the auditorium, and
Yeah.
the stage of the auditorium is right here.
I was asking myself.
Well,
sorry. No, go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, please.
The intention was to have, I guess this as a space that engaged the entrance here, and then also engaged the dance studio, and this courtyard also engages the stage. And then also the circulation was intentionally made extra wide so that all the floors above could have, you know, this opportunity where you could sit there and observe what's going on below, which would be, you know, directly looking down into the courtyard.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
I was asking myself, because you were doing some interesting approaches. I mean, first of all, you have this distinct program for a lot of course, and you imagine all these possibilities to activate the space, and you make this grand gesture of creating this nice courtyard. And I really like the courtyard idea, because the courtyard is an intentional space where you might meet by accident, where you can use, that you are sort of protected in the way how you also created it, by having this entrance not central or from the main street, but, you know, sort of hidden, and then it widens up. That's quite a nice gesture, sort of a hidden space, which I really like. But on the other hand, I feel that you kind of slipped a little bit on the side of some of these programs. For example, you have this idea of having the auditorium, and when I look back into ancient times, the first theaters were outdoors, and you could easily have put, for example, an amphitheater outside. It doesn't even have to be a fixed one, but by chairs, for example, or by primitive structures, just to mark where people might sit. So I think the potential of the courtyard is not yet 100% used, because you also from the upper floors, because you were talking about this axis of visibility where you can watch the dancers through the building and on the outside of the courtyard and everything, but then you make everything quite hermetically closed. So I was thinking that, for example, to make more use of this courtyard also from the inside, sort of balconies would have helped, with something like a loggia, or like a terraced way of using these step backs, more than to have sort of an dialogue between inside and outside, sort of the buffer zone that functions out inside and outside. And the last point that I was a little bit skeptical, and it's for me, it's a sort of contradiction, because you make the grand gesture of this beautiful courtyard, and then you have a rooftop amphitheater, but that rooftop is sort of yeah, it kind of takes the focus away from the courtyard. And I was asking myself, why did you do the gesture of the upper floor? I mean, if you want to have something outside, why don't you use this beautiful courtyard to continue with that? And I see some contradictions, but yeah, I think that's sometimes a little bit more into detail, but yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, that is definitely a very good point, that I could have incorporated some balconies or, you know, loggias to engage the courtyard. And you, for sure, I never imagined that the courtyard could become an amphitheater itself, but I never imagined that it wouldn't either. You know, I totally see what you're saying, that maybe it's not fully developed in that direction.
It's interesting because now with the pandemic, I see a lot of informal restaurant and pop-ups everywhere on the street where, for example, in Switzerland or also in Germany, it's very restricted where you can put your tables and chairs. And you have always these dotted lines. And now with the pandemic, everything is sort of carte blanche, and you can put it everywhere because the laws were changed. And so I think, yeah, of course, you didn't draw the performing artists in the courtyard, but of course they could easily be there. And it's, but yeah, you could have tuned that up a little bit more, I guess, but yeah.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Definitely the intention is to have the spaces, I guess, act as flexible spaces.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the courtyard could be closed off. It could be opened up. It could be taken over. It could be left to the people. It could be an audience space. It could be a performance space, you know.
And this little wedge that next to the dance hall, like
dance studio.
Dance studio. Yeah, there's this little wedge at the end. That's what is that? Is it like sort of a storage
room, yeah. Extra ballet bars, or you know,
because I could imagine, I mean,
whatever.
This could also easily be sort of an informal artist space, you know, where you could have display if you don't want to have the people. I know you did. I guess you did it because you didn't want the people from the main street watching the dancers all the time. But this could be because you make this sort of a buffer zone again, and then, but it's quite of hermetically close to the street. I could easily imagine this as a, you know, as a storefront display for performing artists, for art installations, something like that. There's still a lot of potential in this. I have the feeling that it's not yet finished, you know.
Yeah, there's a potential to make an opportunity to engage the street there. Mm-hmm.
I want to pick up on this comment on the wedge in the corner, because Sarah, I think I'm still struggling with you know, with understanding the origins of your project, how this project come to be like this. And I think there is one glimpse that you have opened up for me, which is the bar that kind of folds and forms this building. But it's still not enough. I still have many questions in order to understand the project. And I also want to come back to our discussion on the urban design aspects of your project, because I think your building, it's an interesting overlay of two typologies, the courtyard and then the corner building. And I was really excited about this corner building and how does one play with the corner and what does it mean? And even if you want to make it really pragmatic, we can think about the corner office, which is the most desirable, and then the corner, and how do you open up the corner and make everyone happy. And then regarding the courtyard, I'm still kind of trying to understand how does one make a courtyard? Do you start with a courtyard, or do you start with the mass, etc.? You have started with the mass, but then so there is a certain ambiguity that I think results in a series of spaces that are not maybe what you wanted. They are just the result of something. So I think it's always good in the design process to go against maybe your first instincts and kind of just try to work the building a little bit more. Because in a way, it seems that everything is very linear. I wrap, I add a certain, angles, diagonals, and then I extrude and form the building. So I guess it's kind of I see a lot of potential in the scheme and what you are doing, because in a way it's very also unpredictable the way that you design the access to the courtyard. But I also I think there is kind of some moments that you could kind of push forward more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see that. The intention with developing the mass was really to focus, like in the urban gesture, was really to focus on engaging the smaller, more pedestrian street over the larger street. And it was really to, it was kind of like a back and forth with the building and the courtyard. I started with the courtyard typology and then ran with that, and then went back and started with this bar that wraps into the courtyard, because I realized that I didn't want to, I wanted to have this engagement where the building it wasn't sealed all the way around. I wanted to have this notch that opened up into the courtyard instead of having a building that completely encloses a courtyard. And I wanted to make these moves that kind of added depth and also kind of engaged you as you turned the corner, as you were in the courtyard. This specifically, I don't know if you guys can see if I annotate, but specifically this line right here where I made this angle, I wanted to have the circulation space really face that moment where you turn the corner after you enter.
And Sarah, unfortunately we have to end here, but thank you very much. First of all, Sarah, I want to commend you on how your product has turned out. I think the drawings look really good, and you've really come a long way. So I think that looks really fantastic. And I think you got a lot of good feedback for your project. I think there was just the courtyard was at the center of the discussion. Also interesting to think about how the courtyard came into being in terms of typology as a mass that was carved out or as a folded object, and how that informs the thinking about your program. And then also interesting comments about how the program really kind of engages the building and how one another, how you experience the program, and lots of things that you've also been thinking about during your design process. So I think the jury, they all see that there's still a lot of potential in this. So thank you very much, Sarah.
Thank you.
Thank you to the jury. And sorry to cut it off. We're on this military schedule here. We're moving on to the next presentation, and this will be by William Carrion. Sarah, if you could unshare your screen, that would be great. And Will, please share your screen.
Sure.
Jasmine is, are you able? Yeah, okay. Jasmine will time the 8 minutes. Yeah, and you can just take us from there. And you might want to see if you can do full screen.
Full
So
screen.
yeah,
Okay.
so we can only see the concept board. Oh, the sun is rising in Auckland. I can see it in the background.
Okay, is this this is full screen, so
Oh, okay. I was just thinking about the little tabs at the top, but
You
never
can go
mind.
to view full screen.
full screen.
I think it's okay this way.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is how I've always known it to be full screen. So, and if you have any questions, then please.
And perhaps just a very quick thing for the jury. I'm sure you all know, you're all familiar with concept board, but just in case you need to find the students, there's on the left-hand side this little icon that if you click it calls up the sections. So if you want to find Will's project, you just click on Will's name and then it'll lead you directly to it. So you can look at it parallel to this presentation.
Thank you. That's very useful.
Okay, thank you. Please go ahead, Will.
Great. Hello, my name is Will, and this project aims to bring a public facility to the toy district in downtown Los Angeles that is most beneficial to the individual through the programs of a library and a recreation center. The library is truly one of the last standing democratic spaces that provides knowledge, resources, services, and information to individuals, while recreation is essentially a series of liberated spaces for physical connection through the means of physical activity. And since these two projects have very distinguishable, these two programs have very distinguishable characteristics, such as structural, spatial, or acoustical characteristics. So since there are specific requirements that are involved in both of these programs, this project is about the clash or the superimposition of these two different systems. In this project, the library is rendered through a series of gridded floor plates that are bounded by a sea of columns, while the recreation program is located within a series of floating boxes that are non-conforming to this grid. The project is located on the corner, just about the corner of the toy district in downtown Los Angeles, with 3 orientations. By placing the project at the corner, the project becomes a public iconic node that connects the toy district to the tall financial district that is just northwest of the project. And this is also further divided by Los Angeles Street. Programmatically speaking, the library includes programs such as book stacks, event, flex space, reading spaces, classrooms, and computer zones, while the recreation program is specifically based around activity, including basketball courts, dance studios, weights, aerobics, multi-purpose rooms, running track on the roof, and a natatorium in the basement. And also, this project takes up the whole lot, and the reason for this is so that this project presents itself very mute and very timid on the exterior, in which another goal of this project is to promote this sense of interior urbanism within the project. So as I mentioned previously, this project is triple orientation, one along Los Angeles Ave, one along Winston Street, and one along an alley. And so there are 3 entrances into this building along these 3 orientations. And also the back of house program is pushed all the way up in the back of the building, which is right abutted up against another, against the neighboring buildings. So moving on to the plans, the ground floor plan being the one on the right. So as I mentioned, you can enter the building through 3 different orientations. And as soon as you enter through the lobby space, in which you're presented with lounge seating areas, a cafe, as well as a basketball court. And from here, you can either go down into the -1 floor, which houses the main natatorium program, or you can go up the staircase through a central atrium that contorts itself all the way up through the building. And from there, you'll go on to the 2nd floor, in which this is basically an extension of this public ground floor with a bunch of more public program, which includes more seating areas, some computer areas, flex space, event space, and some book stacks. And once we get to the third floor, you'll notice that the recreation program, these boxes start to make their influence on this project, and they start to jet themselves into the project. And I also wanted to note that within these volumes, you can essentially have these views both of outside exterior views out towards the exterior urbanism of Los Angeles, while also in the other case, looking into the interior urbanism of the project, which I will touch in just later. The fourth floor plan is a very similar situation where you're kind of looking in and also out and inside of this recreation program. And I also wanted to note on the seventh floor, since these recreation volumes do not confine to the grid, both end plan and in section, there's a mezzanine level that's essentially created because of this offset. And so the seventh floor, you're essentially looking at a library, a typical situation of the library program, in addition to a mezzanine level, which would be located on top of the recreation program just over here. And this juxtaposition is furthered in the sections, and as I had mentioned previously, these volumes don't conform to this grid, and so they start to make their presence a little bit more known onto the into the section, and they also start to extrude themselves past the facade of the building. And so the majority of these recreation activities require a much higher ceiling height, and so you can start to see this juxtaposition furthered through the change of ceiling heights within these recreation volumes. On the elevation, this juxtaposition is also shown in that you can see the floor plates extrude themselves a little bit past the facade, casting a shadow onto the skin of the building, while the recreation volumes themselves protrude and extrude out furthered, which they're further making their prominence onto the facade, furthering this juxtaposition. The main construction of this building is concrete construction, concrete slabs and concrete columns. And this the concrete material provides the sense of permanence within the library, within the building of the library. And in addition, the skin of the building, the main skin of the library program is this translucent polycarbonate, in which you can, when you're standing on the outside of the building, you can read what's going on the inside as a silhouette. And so this furthers the intrigue when on the outside of the building, which further emphasizes this idea of interior urbanism. Structurally speaking, the project has a series of columns that take the compressive loads as well as floor plates. And these volumes are introduced into the project, and they break up the structural cadence of the library program or the library. And so in these volumes, the major structural components to allow for these spans are transfer beams, and in some cases, a series of trusses. And in addition, there's some lateral cores that take the lateral loads. And this rendering basically describes the project and its kind of key components and what it's trying to achieve, and that you can see the layering of the floor plates, the circulation that takes yourself up, as well as recreation volume making its way and making its prominence within this interior urbanism. Also, these volumes present themselves into the building and also create views and different spaces within the building. So for example, on the left here, where this is a rendering of a stepping volume space with a recreation volume making its way overhead on the top right, so you can look down from that volume into the space. And in addition, there's an intimate space that's created because of the introduction of this, this new element, and in which you can also see through this recreation volume and also into it. These volumes also create a sense of intimacy within the project that is not really there with just the library program. And such as within the recreation volume, you can see that there's a level of intimacy going on with the program in terms of this dancer. And in the background, you can see what's going on with the interior urbanism of the rest of the building. And this one is a rendering of the mezzanine level, which would essentially be on top of the recreation program, overlooking the library. And here we just have a normal rendering of the library program in terms of kind of the spatial use, circulation, and the view connectivity. And finally, this is rendering of the ground floor plan, which shows the transparency as well as a juxtaposition in that basketball court being placed there at a different level, creating this sense of kind of this juxtaposition. Thank you.
Thank you, William.
Thanks, William.
It's a quite strong project, I must say. I'm very it's quite beautiful in many ways. Let me start with the urban moves. I think it's what you really managed to do is that you kind of bring the density of the whole neighborhood into this building. Into this building, in terms of having a very dense program and also putting a lot of effort in your drawings to show that the library is an extremely dense place to be. And I really like this sort of contrast between the compact volume that is sort of close to the outside and has these little viewports outside towards the outside, but then is totally orientated towards the inside and makes these view connections between the floors and within the floor and the different levels. It's a lot of complexity that really makes this building quite interesting in many ways. Also to have this contrast between the super dense, vivid spaces of the library and the informal spaces of where you can sit and read, and the recreation spaces that are calm and interestingly also involve these dancers. I have a few things that kind of where I think you kind of would have more potential again. I think for example, in the ground floor is for me always a crucial place. And if we talk about public buildings and buildings that want to activate a neighborhood in a public way, I think it's not a good move to have translucent glass for many reasons. First of all, you kind of shed yourself close towards the outside, and under normal circumstances, and Los Angeles has a lot of sun, transparent glass is already quite reflective, so you don't really need that translucency because the transparency of the glass is only visible in the night, and during normal circumstances in the day you have a lot of sun that is reflected through the glass. So and then this courtyard is sort of encased, is close towards the outside, also with glass. And I was sorry, not the courtyard, the basketball court. And I was thinking that there would have been the potential of having this sort of the transition zone between the public library that of course needs to be closed because you need to close that building during the night. But this basketball court could have been, you know, like a public space that could be there all day and all night. And you can have it lit in the night and people could gather there and play basketball especially in the summer when it's super hot and you don't want to play in the middle of the day, and you have this sort of, and if it's raining you can also play there. So you kind of scare people away when you always have doors, and glass always scares people away from public spaces, and I think public spaces lives by being accessed in the most easy way. So I would have you know left the glass completely out. But other than that, I think a lot of interesting frictions within the building. I kind of like that you have this sort of technical zone in the upper part of the building where you put everything in that you need, that a building that dimensions need, and it sort of reminds me of this SOM project, the Pepsi Cola building in New York, where they have this beautiful open floor plan, and then they have this side core that runs up and is detached from the building a little bit, and has all the technical stuff like toilets and elevators and staircases inside. And that kind of reminds me, but you put a level of complexity you combine it with a level of complexity that this building doesn't have and this building has. I also like that you make the move to put the slabs outside a bit, make the facade not too, make it more vivid and make it more readable, the program also readable from the outside. And yeah, very elaborated project. I like it a lot in many ways.
Thank you.
Well, thanks a lot. Can I ask 2 or 3 questions? I didn't quite understand the basketball courtyard. Is it part of your principal structure, or is it a void that clashes with the structure, or is the basketball court volume kind of an in-between? Because it's rectangular, but it has kind of, it doesn't adjust to the height of the levels next to it. So it seems to be in the section to be part of the volumes, but then it doesn't have this clashing effect as the others. That was one question. And the other question I have is in the main rendering, which is really nice in terms of your composition of the room. The void is kind of disturbed by the volume that goes into the inner atrium. But then there are some other parts where I think the volume could destroy more of the structure. You kind of still have the orthogonal system of all the columns, and I'm not quite sure if you take the full potential such a void and a concrete volume gives you to also kind of replace structural layers you need in other parts. So I think there could be much more to work on. Where do the systems change? You know, so what is from the outside? It's not brutal, you know, but you can see really how you stick these boxes into the building. And on the inside, I think next to the rendering, which I think the atmosphere and the quality of the room, you can really read it. But then I think there was another rendering from one of the insides. It just, I think maybe it would really help. It's this one here to the left. Yeah, I don't understand why there's the column really underneath it, underneath this one box. So I think it could kind of have a greater impact even on the setting of all of the columns. Yeah, so. But maybe you can answer for the first thing. I wasn't sure about the basketball court. Is it part of the first or of the second system? Or is
Sure.
it a mix?
So the basketball court is definitely in sort of kind of in the writing of the program. It was definitely one of the largest recreation volume that I had included in this project. And I was also thinking about the basketball court being the main sort of program that is also activating on the ground floor. So that's why it's also placed at the corner of the lot. And so as you're walking, you can kind of see this. And so in a way, it is kind of an in-between because it is not rotated as all the other volumes are rotated. So it is a special volume. And structurally speaking, it kind of serves as similarly than all the other sort of volumes in that there's the large expansive space. But in this one in specific, there's a series of trusses and enlarged columns that take those loads basically from the whole building up all the way down through all the way down to the bottom. So so it is you're right in that it is an in-between, and which I was hoping to kind of create maybe a little bit more importance of that, just because it is larger and also more sort of activities can go on within that basketball court, not specifically just basketball. So more of like an activating sort of activating space, as opposed to all the other volumes that may be a little bit more specialized. So those are kind of my thoughts in terms of that basketball court. I don't know if that answers your question, but I can move on to the next question if you'd like. about the volumes and the structure. And my thought on that was only just to kind of think of the library program as like this really strong cadence, and that's really defined by this grid. And the recreation volumes are the only things that are sort of breaking that. And in turn, what would be affected is essentially only the space on the inside. However, I do think it would be interesting to kind of explore and to see kind of the ways in which that recreation program can start to kind of like affect the immediate structure that I guess maybe supports that. But at the moment, I was just thinking of sort of like the cadence and then the break and then the cadence continues. So that was my reasoning, or that was my thought.
Thanks, William. My question goes a bit into the direction of how do you see recreation developing? You've been choosing here programs which are quite classical, quite physical, a basketball court, a library, lots of places to sit, dance studios in there, or studios in there where you can physically exercise. How do you see recreation developing in terms of contemporary digital technologies?
That's actually a really good question. I think that this project is really kind of a nod to and kind of the way that I introduced this project to really be about. I was most interested in sort of the ways in which kind of this building promotes the most sort of the sort of best environment for the individual. And I think it's Bernard Tschumi in his Parc de la, or his French National Library, he calls the scholar of the 21st century an intellect, and an intellect of the 21st century a scholar. And I was essentially interested in such a similar concept, and I'm thinking about this building being the most beneficial for the individual. And I saw that through the means of recreation programs that promote activity of such, of maybe dance or maybe basketball. So there's kind of this idea of movement and maybe community. And so I mean, I don't think I have much of like an opinion or answer on how kind of recreation definitely changes, and I'm sure it definitely still is changing, but I am most interested in kind of the ways in which kind of this physical activity can be played out. However, I will say that the recreation volumes, I guess, were designed in such a way where that they're kind of voided, so that essentially all of them could essentially become these multi-purpose rooms, so not specifically tied to, say, dance or say just maybe aerobics, but more kind of broadly used potentially in the future.
Yeah, I also like, because Uwe, you mentioned the digital media. These could all easily be transformed into like multimedia spaces, cinemas, small cinemas, cinema spaces, or yeah, rooms that are dedicated to digital media. I think, yeah, as you said, it's quite a potential in these info. Yeah, there could be sort of multi-purpose spaces, right? I see that too.
Thank you.
I was just simply surprised that when you're talking about recreational, that all you placed in there from the digital side were just some computers. I thought there was quite a conservative attitude towards a trend that we are clearly seeing that is moving into hybrid worlds, which exist out of physical and digital components. These ones do have also specific requirements. I agree that maybe your boxes will be possible to transform into something like that. But I believe that these type of spaces, and I think it has a lot to do with education, with recreation and so on, will need to have specific layouts to accommodate technology in there. And that also raises questions around if I have a completely glassed facade, how am I able to control the environment in there for different conditions? It's just something to keep in mind. I think we are really at a brink here of traditional ways of doing things that are moving into technology enhanced activities, which do require flexibility in terms of spaces there. So yeah, I agree that the boxes might be a good way to offer these type of flexible spaces. But I also see certain difficulties with this overall englassed building, which then has a completely open core inside, which connects all levels with each other. How do you control different activities in there? Do they potentially interfere too much with each other just because of sound and because of different lighting conditions that you need to have for these activities? Something to consider for the future.
Yeah, understood. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your presentation. I second the comments, and I think this is so accomplished, and I quite enjoy the sectional moments, or specifically these drawings that you have in on the screen. I think they have so much depth and allows me to immerse myself in the project, and it also, I think it shows a lot of skill for a young architect. I have a couple of comments, I guess, thoughts that you don't necessarily need to consider them very seriously. I do see your project as an homage to Tre Gran Bibliothèque of OMA, the competition project. I think as a diagram, it's almost one-on-one. This idea of repeating floor plates, packaging all the services into one moment, one side, and then starting to have fun. And I think once you start to have fun and play with it, this is where it's very interesting. So when I'm looking at the boxes that are meant to interrupt the repetition of the floor plates, I am not 100% convinced that you need those, or what they are doing and what is the play there. One of my favorite views, along with the section, is the street view from outside. The white render that almost feels like you are rendering an European city there. And I'm looking at this protruding box, and I don't know, why do you need it, or what does it do for you, and what its level of aggressivity. So I also second Jan's comments regarding maybe you need to either bump up the aggressivity of this, meaning that they need to get a different shape. How are they adjacent, the adjacency with the slabs and with the other moments of the building? How does that happen? At this point, it seems to me that the boxes themselves have almost a relationship one-to-one with the rest of the building. And hence, when you are moving them up and down, each one of them needs a little stair in order to access it. So it's like this tail that they need in order to be accessed. That it tells me that I don't know. I was looking while you're presenting at the section of Tre Gran Bibliothèque, and I think in there the volumes are somehow tilted. Somehow they do some acrobatics that they somehow help for transitioning from one level to the other. So I guess my main question is still, do you need these boxes? And I don't think this is the moment that will make or break your project, because if I'm looking at your building without the box, and I think it's quite beautiful and well composed. I really, really, really enjoy the facade moment and how you are extending the slab and the beams, and you are really trying to align and continue the urban fabric. So there are already so many beautiful moments. So that's just maybe another opinion on the boxes themselves.
Thank you, Adrian. And we, once again, we have to stop it here now. But Adrian, I enjoyed that you picked up on the European rendering of this rendering. I was like, this looks like Berlin. Really interesting. But thank you, Will. This was, I think the jury, you know, they all recognized it's a very accomplished project, really, really beautiful, and lots of things really to talk about. I think everybody picked up on this and the complexity and richness. And so all the comments were really just possibility, what could be. I think there was a comment on like the public space, the ground floor plan, obviously for public buildings, that the ground floor plan is really important, and how there could have been an opportunity to really engage that public space and bring the street right into the building. Then there was a comment, again, I think about these boxes and how can you emphasize this clash even more, the clash of the two systems. I think that's really at the core of your project. And then some comments about like really thinking again about the program, right? Like you also question the program all the time. What is the library of today and the future? And then Uwe asked about what's recreation today and in the future. And then I think obviously like the Trick-Raum Bibliothek was definitely an inspiration for you. So it's interesting to kind of see where this could go further, many different ways. So thank you very much, Will. And yeah, we are moving on to the next presentation and the final presentation of our time with the jurors. And that will be Jamie C.
Thank you all.
Jasmine will time you 8 minutes. And okay, perfect. And again, you can find Jamie's project when you go to sections. Just click on Jamie. All right.
Hi, my name is Jamie, everyone. As mentioned earlier, the project is located in Toy District in East Los Angeles, California. On the right, you can see, get a sense of how the neighborhood looks. It is a 12 blocks neighborhood where the first thing you notice when you enter is shops, stalls, curbside market vendors that sell different products such as toys, clothes, and some daily essentials. For my massing, I started with a U shape for my topology. And then by taking out diagonally of these two massing on the ground floor, it allows people to enter the courtyard and also the alley through my building. Through stacking and rotating, it has created the vertical voids within my building. This has also created an overlapping and creating variety of views over my project. I've chosen towards the south side of the Toy District, which locates on the East 4th Street, that is between the Wall Street and St. Peter Street. Currently, the building is a bit disconnected with the district. Because of this, I want to bring the market vendor quality that is within the neighborhood towards my site. Also, there are a lack of open space within the district, where I'll be adding more outdoor space within my building so that I can create more opportunity for people to engage with each other. To start off, I am going to rotate the site 180 so that it's easier to navigate my building. I am proposing a community center that provides 3 main programs, which are marketplace, classrooms, and library. I am proposing the alley behind my building to be filled with market vendors in the future. Moving on, this is a bird's eye view of the building, how it's situated at the site, how it connects with the neighborhood. And here is a view of the entrance. When you enter from the street, that you'll be drawn by this great opening. And on the eye level, you are seeing in the building in many layers. For example, like the shifting of the massing, the glass wall of the building, and also the outdoor space that's generated on the upper floor. As you enter, you will be greeted by the opening that leads you to the courtyard that has a staircase that will bring you to the 2nd and 3rd floor. Passing through the staircase, there is another opening that will bring you to the alley, where you can find more street vendors. For the whole ground floor, I is dedicated to the indoor and outdoor marketplace because of the quality of continuing this market culture that is within the neighborhood. As you go upstairs, you will find the workshop space where people can take classes, where people can take classes in a comfortable settings. There's also a bridge that connects both wings where some additional classes classroom are added. Moving on to the third floor, you'll start noticing that the voids and the stairs are starting to shift and change because of the shifting of the massing that's happening exterior. This allows one to connect through the voids with the people who are located in different floors, and also it helps to control how the lighting is projected to the lower floors through these voids. Here you can see how these 3 courtyard space are created through the overlapping of massing. For the top 2 floors, you will find library space that are divided by the placement of the bookshelves. In the elevation, you will find library space. In the elevation, I've kept it very simple because I want to celebrate the simplicity of the building, of the massing, and through the use of the glass wall, this created the transparency that will not restrict you to go in and out of the building. It has also provided an opportunity for people to enjoy and connect with the neighborhood. In addition, when you're passing through the building, you can also look what is happening within. The project is a combination of steel and concrete structure. The circulation diagram shows the shifting of the stairs, and to the right, this is a diagram where each program is located on each floor. As I've mentioned earlier, the first floor is dedicated to the marketplace, and the second floor has workshop and classroom, while the third and fourth floor is where the community working space happened. And on the top 2 floors is the library space that's defined by the bookshelves. And here you can find how the building meets on the corner and how the lighting is provided on each floors. In this section, you can see how the verticality is celebrated between floors. There are some courtyard space on the 3rd and 5th floor that are opened up through the shifting of the massing. And this is a view on the 4th floor when you can see the shifting of the voids and stairs are happening, where people can constantly see what is happening on the floor above and below. Also, the open community space for these 2 floors is where you can come and study and to hang out. When you reach the 5th floor, it has a library space. The quality of viewing into the other side of the building, and it has you can see the courtyard space that has opened up in the center. Lastly, this is a view where you have reached the top of the stairs that is in the courtyard. Your eyes are constantly looking at a variety of views, like the cityscape, but also the events happening within the building due to transparency of the glass wall, and people have become part of the facade of the building. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie, very much. Maybe it's interesting. I don't know, Katrin, if you have chosen the order of the project, but it seems to me like a combination of project 1 and 2 in a way of combining the complexity of the library with the courtyard idea. But I think also in that sense, it combines a lot of good things of both projects we have seen before. Maybe I do start with something that Adrian said before with the facade. I'm not so keen about the glass facade, and I think also when we think about this is maybe something for your next project, but it's something if we talk about ecological issues and rising temperatures. I think glass facades are something we should really use when only necessary, and think about alternative forms of working with facades that create shade, especially in an environment like Los Angeles. But other than that, I think what you did very well, in my opinion, is to bring this complexity of the whole neighborhood again, like the previous project, into your project, but on a different level, not as a compact building, but more of an cantilevering project. I don't think you need these extreme shapes and sharp edges all the time, and they cause a lot of trouble when actually building the project. And when you think about like rest spaces that are like they can't be used. But again, I think what I really like about this project is especially this the opportunity of having informal spaces within the building and on the outside. I think about spaces where you can get together with your friends, or when you can organize when you want to work on something. You have like this idea of, for example, when we started the magazine, we were constantly searching about having a space where we can meet with big tables and discuss the magazine. This is a space I could imagine where we could have met and discussed this. Because you don't want to go to the office, or you don't want to go at somebody's house, and you have this open space. And I think the public idea of this building is really emphasized to these informal spaces that could be everything. The material wise, I think, because you were saying that it's a steel and concrete structure, and I think having in mind this idea of the marketplace that you want to have in the ground floor, which I think is a great idea, because you have a function for the ground floor that is accessible from all sides, and it's really open. But having this in mind, I think that the building could be even smaller. It doesn't have to be that big. It could be two stories smaller, or 3 stories, and it could be like a wood and concrete construction. Speaking again about ecological issues, I think we have to think about alternative ways of constructing. So I think a wooden construction of a building that is less high would be an option. But this is something maybe to think also for a next project. Yeah, I think that is for the moment it's from my side. But congratulations, it's a beautiful project. But as usual, there are always these things that one can work on.
Thank you.
I really enjoyed your project, Jamie. It's so so brutally honest. I particularly I understand Tibor's comment on the glass and everything, but I can just maybe refer about the pattern of the glass, or the way that you are making up the facade, and it's just effortless in a way, but it requires a lot of thinking, and I think it's quite I don't know, it's quite telling. So I appreciate the minimal gestures at the level of the facade, the material that you are using here. I think that's very strong, and of course it has to do with maybe with certain personal affinities that I have towards something that is quite kind of doesn't try to stand out in an obvious way. And I think at the same time, your project really stands out through its spatial qualities. Again, because you are so restrained with certain aspect of your project, I think you are so evocative with your interior views, especially how the spaces are looking into each other. It's quite successful, I will say. Maybe 2 points for you to consider for the future. One of them, it's how do you maybe begin to explain the project? When you started explaining through the U shape, I was really lost, and I didn't know why you start with the U shape before we see the shape of the site. So I think this is maybe a little bit of post-rational work that you have to do when you present the project. Because I was just very, very confused without seeing the rest of the project. And the second thing, I'm just going to make this a little bit painful. If you go to 3rd floor, there is a bridge there.
Right here.
And there is a column right there in the kind of almost in the middle. And I think, don't this, the dictatorship of the right angle can be sometimes, you just say no, or you can do other things there. or you can simply delete that column for this presentation.
That's what I meant with the shapes causing trouble.
Yeah.
The dictatorship of the right angle, I really like that.
Yeah, but congratulations, Jamie. This is a really accomplished project.
Thank you so much. And I would delete the columns to that floor.
Yeah, thanks, Jamie. Yeah, with Thibaut, I agree that I think the shapes that you're generating through the shifting of these different floor plates and of the forms are very interesting, but then they are colliding with your tendency to then again place everything into a right angle order. There are some of your perspectives which really show the advantage of shifting these different forms and the complexity that you achieve with this. And I like that you are contradicting these shifts then on the other hand with the right angle of your facade. But then in these floor plans, you seem to lose something which you introduce as a quality within your first image. The marketplace, which has this chaotic appearance, is something I think which does actually quite suit this idea of shifting things around. And I think here allowing to actually more chaos to take place within your floor plates, within the arrangement of your rooms there, could really have enhanced the first image that you are giving us of these improvised temporary things which appear there, which also attach temporary materials to structures in order to set up individual rooms, spaces for specific shops or purposes. So I think that I would have gone with more chaos after already arranging your different shapes to create complexity in order to allow this idea of a marketplace and the complexity of many people coming together, feeding through into the floor plans as well. But I certainly like the perspectives that you are giving us of this complexity of the space that you are creating.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thanks, Jamie. I think most of the points I agree on that have been said. I would maybe like to even go a bit further. This dialogue between chaos and order. When you introduced it at first and you had this picture of the neighborhood or the vendors and this wildness, and you took us through the course of your program and you kind of go on a flow through the building and the shape you create. Maybe you can go to the first axonometric view, which I think is almost the best one. Yes, because it's in this building, it's subtle. The other building screams a lot louder. This one, I think you can really see how they are only on the left side where you neighbor the next building to the left. And it's just a slight shift between the second and the first floor. And so there are small angles you take and you just shift a point from where you probably originally thought it should be. And this takes you, and so you develop it like a course over many more floors. And it's a flow through open rooms. And then I think the whole system kind of gets clogged by the orthogonal rectangular elements you then put inside the open space. So if you go back to maybe and it starts even with the first rendering. If you could go down a little bit, and there was also a column. Maybe it's the same column you see, in the rendering. Go up a bit. Okay. I think it's just more formalistic points. From the street, when you look into it from the street, and you describe the openness and how you're invited to go in there. And I'm not sure if this is the column also from the bridge, but there's also, for my feeling, it would be a lot better if this column wasn't there, because it's only one single column then, and so I think you stick a lot to the grid you still have there. And also, if you then go to the ground floor plans, third floor, there are a lot of sharp angled rest rooms, I don't know, or leftovers that are kind of on the down left side, so they kind of clash. So I think if you work more on kind of having this a bit smoother, or even detaching it from the outside wall and making it smaller, or so, the elements you need in there, then I guess then it's much more self-explanatory, or it seems, I don't know, more natural then. So that's the only comment I have on it, and I think the rest has already been said. So congratulations on your project too.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. Are there any more comments? We actually have a little bit time left.
Maybe to spice up a little bit things regarding Jan's comment about this column at the entrance. That's a column that I like. Just because it's I'm trying to reflect on my understanding of the LA architecture scene. And I always found it fascinating. I'm totally in love with it because it's full of strange moments. So I think I see that column as the beautiful, exception or error in the project. And I don't know, maybe you can make a project out of these errors and just be more emphatic about them. Sometimes, yeah, I kind of like walking through the city and encountering weird moments because, I don't know, the architect was in a bad mood or the contractor was not paying attention.
That's a really beautiful comment. We actually had a lot of discussions like this in our studio about strange moments and weirdnesses, and perhaps on one end sort of like a sort of rationalism, and then on the other hand sort of kind of like an emotion, beautiful errors, strangeness, awkwardness, and we also had sort of like a lot of discussions about structure. What is there awkward structure, awkward spaces, or building who are trying very hard to do something and they're almost there but not quite. So that building, I mean, it could have been designed as a bridge, but somehow it was sort of like we realized we just need that column there, and it's this column that stands out and I don't know, it takes center space. It's this awkward out of place moment that is kind of magical. I kind of agree with that actually. But I like that we're having this discussion about the one column. So
shows the quality of it, that you kind of go to it.
I guess this is definitely a discussion, North America versus Europe on this topic.
But actually, there's this Hans Kollhoff project in, is it in Amsterdam? Isn't it? Also this column. I don't know. Maybe I imagine the column being also there. I don't know if it's like that. I have to look that up later.
No, I don't think Hans Kollhoff would ever do that.
Yeah, maybe it's his early work. I mean, that was still a little bit more, let's say, yeah, with different than the rest, I guess.
Yeah. But yeah, actually, we looked at that project, Jamie, right? The KNSM Island, the brick building.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's nice. Yeah, we looked a little bit at like Hans Hollein to
Oh,
see like
very
Yeah.
nice.
kind of like that sensibility of some strange
but-
awkwardness.
No, I remember
But then
now.
it would have been more inszeniert with Hans
Yeah,
Hollein.
yeah, it
Mhm.
would
know,
have
Maybe.
Therefore, and here for me, that maybe that's why I stumbled over it, because it looks like not then it has to be more featured or so. I don't know. Or, yeah,
Not
No,
so
but
accidental.
it's like the balustrade. So in the terms of the color or so, maybe it was that.
Mhm.
No. But
Just
I can
looked
see
it
where
up.
you're coming from. It's the disturbing part. Yeah. Yeah, maybe like the postmodern column that symbolizes the entrance. But therefore, I think then maybe you could have, featured it a bit stronger or more. Yeah.
I just looked it up. The Kohlhoff building doesn't have a column, but it has a staircase coming down from this part. So it's that's the mistake moment there, the strange moment. So there is some relation, I see.
It would be nice to just have a whole review about strange moments and beautiful mistakes.
Right.
That's nice. Well, yeah, thank you, Jamie. A beautiful project. Also, you've really come a long way. Also, especially in the last week, like that's really nice. This is great. Like the kind of high quality of your drawings and everything. And I like the discussion. I also think it's great that the jury has like really different takes on your project in regards to the column, but also in regards to the glass facade, whether or not. There's certainly different ways of looking at it in terms of sustainability. We also had that discussion, but then we said, no, let's keep it because the rigor of the grid is really beautiful and it creates this, Adrian kind of mentioned this sort of like this minimalism, or you kind of said, Adrian, you have sort of an affinity towards projects that don't stand out, but then they reveal their spatial quality a little bit later. And I think that's what it's doing. There's sort of like that grid, but then through the shifting and the grid is no longer sort of like this normative grid, but it becomes something else. And then in section, things begin to merge and become more and more complex. And so I think there were some really great comments about this. Also the great comment about, the right angle versus the chaos versus like, what do you align your project with? Yeah, and also the overall complexity and like drawing the neighborhood into your project. I think there were really some good discussions. And I think, Jamie, you have really good instincts for your project. I think that, I was like following this over the semester, and I think that's really great. And you've got some good suggestions for your future projects. And then when you build something in the future and it's done, let Tibor know so that he can come and plan his next magazine in the kind of informal spaces. Tibor, this was actually a good point, because what we discussed a lot in our studio was the idea of the public living room. The idea of sort of like the living room away from home that's unprogrammed. You can like just come there, hang out, watch people, enjoy something else, but have that extra space that is very rare in Los Angeles.
It's super important. We have one of these in Zurich. It's called Schwarzes Café, which is within this complex of the Löwenbräu area, which was an old brewery, and they transformed it into an art space. And the Schwarzes Café is a project actually realized by the curators Freddy Fischli and Nils Olsen together with an artist called Heimo Zobernick. And it's a public space, because Zurich is also a city where you do have public space, but you always have to pay. Because it's a very expensive city, but you have to, but this is the only place I know in Zurich where you can get free coffee, which is amazing. It's amazing filter coffee, and it also has a terrace. So I had this in mind, and we often met there with people because it's a nice space. They have a library in the back that you can access, and so these spaces are crucial to the vividness of the city.
Absolutely. Well, no, this is really fantastic. And actually, Tibor, you can continue your discussion about public spaces in Zurich very soon now, because the next section is led by Andre Lucia, who's from Switzerland. So you can just dive right into this discussion.
Let's see how this is going. No.
So yeah, we have to move on. We have a 15-minute break right now to make the switch. So the jury will stay in this room, and then me and my student will leave, and we will go to room 2, to panel 2. And you guys, the jury, you will be joined by Andre Lucia's studio. Yeah, and I want to thank everybody. Thank you, Uwe. Thank you, John. Thank you, Tibor, and thank you, Adrian. It was really fantastic to have you.
Thank you very much for
Thank
the
you.
invitation. And
Thanks for the invitation, Katrin. Thank you.
Yeah.
hope to see you soon.
Yeah, hope to see you all soon, and I'll touch base with you after.
Okay, very good.
Very good.
Thanks,
So
Katrin. Bye-bye.
Thank you, bye. And my students, please move to room 2.
Thank you.
Thank you again.
So did I understand right? We've got a 15-minute break, or does it straight away go?
Yeah, there's a
on?
15-minute break, so until 2 o'clock, and you jurors will stay here, and the next class or next group of projects will come.
Ah, yeah. Okay,
They'll come
good.
here.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, no problem.
To move now.
Hello, Andre. I will make you co-host now.
Thank you. Is there another person who's gonna be like letting people in, or it's just me?
It's me.
Oh,
Yeah, you don't need to worry.
sorry, because I thought you have to go present somewhere or something.
Oh no, I'm presenting tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
So, and we didn't have enough volunteers, so
Oh,
I
great.
volunteered yesterday.
Okay, that's great. I was confused. Like, wait, you got stuff to do.
Yeah, I gotta practice later tonight and tomorrow.
Okay. Let's see. I'm a bit confused with moving all these windows back and forth because, okay, we are still, because I have like multiple computers running here to stream and to.
Oh, you did end up getting the second computer.
Yeah, I did. Yes, I did.
It's very hectic, I can imagine.
Computer am I doing what on? But okay, and are everybody? How are we on time?
We have till 2 o'clock. We have a break till 2 o'clock, and then
Okay.
we'll start.
Then we have some time for intro, or we're supposed to start immediately.
We have 1:45 to 2 is the switch. And then 2 o'clock, it does say that we start. So I didn't know if you wanted to give an intro now or when
I'll
they
make
come
a
back.
very quick intro if I have time, I guess, if if everybody's ready. But actually, I will also take a quick break.
Yeah.
Is Amy still here? I think it's better for her to stop moderating.
Oh, I can make her stop moderating. I think
No, she has to do it herself. Otherwise, it's just us leaving the moderation. So the next one cannot moderate.
Probably just crashed. Can somebody text her? I don't have her number.
Yeah, I can call her.
Thank you.
I think
Is it-
she stopped. Are you able to moderate now?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, great.
Thank you so much, Jasmine.
No problem.
Is everybody from the jury already here, pretty much?
I think they're
Yes.
here, but I told them until 2, so there we
Oh.
go.
I was almost wondering like if we can at least start with the jury introduction, because I feel like it's going to be a lot of introduction since we're moving around so much, but
Yeah.
they are.
Hi.
They were listening too. Hello.
Hello, Andre.
Hi, nice to meet everybody. I think pretty much everybody's here from the class. So if the jury doesn't mind to quickly maybe introduce themselves, that'd be great. I don't know if we can start with John.
Okay, my name is John Pringle. I run an office called Raumwerk in Frankfurt, Germany, and in Düsseldorf, Germany, and I'm joining from Vienna tonight, or tonight in Europe, that is.
Thank
So
you.
hi to everybody, and thanks for the invitation.
Thank you for coming. Adrian, do you want to go next?
Yes, thank you for the invitation. My name is Adrian Pfeiffer. I'm joining these reviews from Toronto. I am an assistant professor at the University of Toronto and running a small practice here in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian. Tibor?
Hi, I'm Tibor. I'm an architect and editor and publisher of magazine Superposition. We're based in Zurich, Switzerland. But I actually grew up in Düsseldorf. I didn't know Raumberg was also in Düsseldorf. Quite nice. I'm an architect with Carissa St. John Architects, and also have a research project that's called Recording America, where we try to find the essence of American architecture. So I'm very happy to be at this Los Angeles crit.
Thank you for coming. Uwe?
Yeah, thanks, Henry. Yeah, I'm joining in from Auckland, New Zealand, where I am running a research laboratory at the School of Architecture and Planning at the University of Auckland. And we are looking into the fusion of physical and digital worlds and how we can create new architectural spaces out of this hybrid environments. Thanks.
Thank you. That's great. Well, thank you for coming. I'll give a brief introduction to the studio because we have different programs. Then I think I don't even know who you were in Catherine's group. Okay, so we are actually not too far away from her in downtown. Just me, my name is Andre Lucier. I've been teaching at Cal Poly for 3 years. I went to ETH Zurich, but I've been living in LA for over 10 years, and I have my own practice as well. The project is in downtown LA on 5th Street, which is kind of considered the heart of Skid Row neighborhood, which is kind of infamous. Maybe not everybody knows about it, but we have a huge homeless crisis, and so that's where a big population of the unhoused live. There's shelters and kind of other amenities, but obviously not enough. And so we are kind of on the eastern edge of Skid Row. That's mostly kind of light industrial almost, kind of one-story buildings. And it has a lot of potential for development that we think in the future. I mean, it's so close to downtown, so it will probably change a lot. We are looking, at the development a little bit with hopefulness, kind of, that we think, this the issue of housing, the housing crisis will be addressed, hopefully. And so the program that we developed deals with that, but also with kind of maybe a future looking at it, like, what would people who were previously unhoused and maybe still live there actually would like in kind of a different situation as well. The program that the students have been working on is what we call the public service building, but it's basically a public library or a community center or a recreation center. There can be components in there like a fire station or homeless services and such things. The buildings are all 60,000 square feet average in size. And we're going to look at 2 projects, and we're going to start with Julie. But I guess, do you have any questions? Everybody's on the concept board. Okay. Julie, why don't you start moderating?
Okay. Hello, my name is Julie Habib, and I am proposing a therapeutic art center, which is meant to provide
Are you able to share your screen?
Oh, yes.
So for the YouTube live, otherwise. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Sorry, Julie.
Oh, you're fine. Okay. I'm proposing a therapeutic art center, which is meant to provide a safe space for one to focus on their well-being and integrate them back into society. The site that I have chosen is on the intersection of 5th and Central. I chose this particular site because of its abundant use of sunlight and also its close proximity to the arts districts. I want to take the positive effect that art gives and bring it into Skid Row. The center consists of a variety of workspaces that are designed to spark conversation. So I wanted to create a space where people can take their emotions or struggles and turn them into something physical, something that they can see and touch and really are forced to deal with. And having these integrated education and like gallery spaces will give the users a place to showcase or represent those emotions, those physical emotions, and spark a conversation with one another. And maybe they'd find other users that also relate to their issues. And hopefully together they can spark solutions or work on their inner problems and emotions. My form is a direct reflection of the geometry of the site. And my structure consists of these large cores with beams and trusses that span in between. And these large cores also serve to house like the service programs such as the mechanical shaft and the elevators and the stairs. The facade is, or the envelope of my building is a curtain wall with a perforated panel material. And this panel material is meant to act as a shelter, as well as bring in light. And then right here is just an example of what a user might do in this building. So this user's name is Timothy. So Timothy might arrive on the site at about 10 a.m. and check in at the lobby space and then head up to the 4th floor where they take advantage of the quiet and the computers and maybe do some studying for school or work on his projects. And then he might head up to the 3rd floor and join his friend Fernando in a modeling class. And then maybe head up to the 5th floor where he'd meet with his therapist and participate in one of the therapeutic programs. And in this case, it's a splatter room. And then at the end of the day, he'd go down to the ground floor and, wind down by speaking with his friend Sam and talking about their day and, their issues or emotions. And this is a view going down 5th Street. And it also shows my project in the context and like the users who, are the people of Skid Row, and many, unfortunately, who, live outside or don't have a permanent shelter. And then don't have a permanent shelter. And my project is meant to create this shelter and closed space where they can come in and work on their emotions and their needs and start a path to creating a better life for themselves. My ground floor is a sculpture garden with a cafe and a lobby for the entry. And there's also access to an underground automated parking where there's mechanical room and storage. This is a view of that cafe space on the ground floor. And then here is just another view of the ground floor. So there's an area where trucks can come in and drop off materials, and people can socialize and just sort of, come together. My second and third floors, the second floor is where the program is wood making. And my third floor is where they could do sculpting or clay modeling. And there's a specific like gallery space over here where on the second floor, the gallery space is more integrated. So there's not a defined space, but there's also just a place for people to showcase their work. And the walls that separate these spaces are not structural. And I chose this because I didn't want, I wanted the space to be flexible if needed. So if they needed to be knocked down or changed around, that could be done if the program needed to be changed. And this is just a view of that sculpture gallery. And my fourth floor is for model building. So that's more related to like laser cutting or learning to 3D model on computers. And also the computers can be used for people that need to study or, look for jobs or, do work that needs to be done if they don't have access to computers on their own. My fifth floor is where the therapy is done. So I have the offices for the therapists, a room for like group therapy, and this room right here is where like the blue light room is, and like blue light is like very good for like like dealing with one's emotions. It's like a very like calm setting. And this room right here is that splatter room, which was shown in that little example of what Timothy would do in his day. The sixth floor is for more cloth and string related art. So there's a space over here, which is a bunch of frames, and the users would create the spaces or by, hanging up their stringy art. And over here is where they would learn, where they would use like fabric, whether that was, learning to sew, which is can be a very important skill in life or something to like have in your back pocket, as well as, create quilts that could represent their life stories. And then on the seventh floor is for painting. So there are different like little art classes and more personal spaces, as well as a couple of gallery spaces to showcase those art. And this is just a view of one of those gallery spaces. And then this is just like a user working on their art.
I think, Andre, you have taken over with the screen now. But I don't see Julie's screen anymore.
Let me try to fix this. I'm sorry. Oh, let's see. Sorry. Can everybody see it again?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Yeah.
So this is just a view of a more intimate space where users can work on their art. And then this is my elevations to show like the overlapping of the curtain wall and the perforated material. And in these sections over here, I wanted to show the way that my program is organized. So the first 3 floors over here. This program is like wood making and sculpting and model building. And in a way, it's more of the very hard, like concrete way of like representing your emotions. And it might be somewhere where a user would want to start if they're not very open to like expressing their internal issues. And then it's broken up over here on this 5th floor with the therapy. And, hopefully by the time that they're more open to dealing with their emotions and they speak to these therapists that are helping them deal with those, they join the program up on the top 2 floors, which is more fluid and open, or is more fluid way of representing their emotions. And then this is just like one of the views into those cores that hold the services. So this is one of the staircases. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Julie.
Yes,
It's a great project in many ways. First of all, you just jump right in. The urban, like from the urbanism, I think your choice of site is quite is great. It's one of the most interesting sites I've seen on this plan, and to be visible from all sides and to have these streets cutting the urban fabric into this wedge form. It's a nice building. I really like that you think about everything, starting with the ecological issues of sunlight and heating. We've seen in the previous previews, we've seen some glass facades, and we were talking about how you can provide shade and everything, and you did a good move. The only comment I have on this would be like, it would have been great to have maybe at least some places within the facade where you can actually have views to the outside without the shading protection. But other than that, I think you did point out some very, very good choices of design. The art space is the shuffling of the different programs within these spaces. I really like that you activate the ground floor, which I think is one of the most important things in a city, and for the neighboring buildings as well, for the neighborhood to have an active ground floor. The only comment here would be to make it even higher. I think sort of this overly high ground floor would have been like a more generous gesture, which you could have provided. Sort of, I think about this Lina Bobadi project in Sao Paulo, where you have this covered ground floor space where you have concerts and everything. So I think this is a little bit too low, but it could be even could be higher. But it's great that you think about the ground floor as a public space. I don't think the automatic parking is quite necessary. You can find different ways of parking. I think just reality speaking, this is quite expensive. So, but on the other hand, that doesn't disturb the project at all. For the exhibition spaces, I think because with the office we've been working on a lot of museum and gallery projects, and one thing that is always helpful is to think about how you display the art. And it's nice that you have these different ways of showing the art. Great big spaces, smaller intimate spaces. But I think you said the walls are not structural, but I think they don't need to be structural, but still go until the ceiling. I think always spaces where you display art and the display walls don't go until the ceiling. There's always a little bit, you have this feeling of being on an art fair rather than being in a space where you can enjoy art. And I believe actually that these walls should really go until the ceiling. But this again is a small note on an overall great project. And again, to the facade, I think what is really, really great is that you create this feeling of intimacy and privacy. And I think that is something that people who are struggling with mental issues really really need, is to have this privacy and intimacy to work on their issues. And yeah, congratulations! It's a great project from my point of view.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Julie. I've got some formal questions. The facade again; those are bended metal sheets that you're using there, the curtain facade, or?
Yes.
Ah, yeah. Have you tried them? Is there? I mean, I understand the argument of privacy, but on the other hand, is there possibly a chance that from the outside it looks quite exclusive, and from the inside that you might feel like you are permanently interrupted with your view to the outside? What was your reason for choosing this in front of your windows?
I chose the metal panels again was because I wanted it to feel like an enclosed shelter, and like having those metal panels makes the inside space feel safe.
Okay.
And I don't think that people can really like get to what's bothering them if they're not in a space that makes them feel safe.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay.
that's why I chose those.
Yeah. The other question that I had, a formal one as well, why did you choose to put your cores into the corners of your building so that they remain visible through the facade as well? What is the reason for putting them right into the corners?
So they're not only like because of their structural use, but I put them in the corners because I wanted to have like the most amount of open space to allow these people to do whatever art projects they need to do. Again, to like work on themselves. Yeah, so that's.
Yeah. Here my feeling, and we can see it in the facade as well, I think you're taking a little bit away from the potential elegance of this facade, which works like a curtain, and you can see certain things through there, but because you're placing your concrete cores right in the corner there, I think you're giving away something of the lightness that this potential curtain facade could have as well. Also, I believe that it's actually right these corners that potentially are the most beautiful places in your building. So from my perspective, I think it would have been good to just move them 2 meters to the inside and use the corner spaces as additional I don't know, spaces to sit down or to have partially sheltered retraction spaces in there. The other thing which I thought was quite interesting, you said, yeah, it's an open floor plan, and what I enjoyed was that you were taking us through different solutions within each floor. They looked quite differently, and I think that works quite well. Here, I think personally that this openness, which you're presenting in floor 6 and 7, works very well. Again, I think here also by moving the cores to the inside, that would have maybe helped and given more lightness to the overall building as well. What I also thought was quite nice that at the end you gave us a glimpse into one of these cores where all of a sudden we can see that this is completely red and environment, and something that becomes all of a sudden an inner sculpture that we can discover while at the same time being a functional staircase. Yes, I thought it was quite an interesting, quite an elegant building, which offers a lot of potential for different arrangements in there. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a couple of questions also. Did you think about a clear entrance, or is, in your opinion, the complete ground level kind of an entrance because what I'm missing in the elevations is kind of to develop the elevation, to make it clear, where do I approach, from which side do I approach the building, where do I go inside, or is it just all an open space, and is it outside? That was the one part, and I also think Thibaut was right on maybe lifting it a bit higher to make it more important for also interweaving with the neighborhood. And the other thing is, what I appreciated a lot was the level of understanding what art can do for the neighborhood, and how you kind of try to build up the story that people feel safe to get to issues and to work on certain things, and to have crafts help them to, you know, I don't know, deal with things. But what I'm missing a bit more is, how do you transport this idea into the facade and into architecture? And just to wrap around one fabric that deals with everything, with opening windows or not opening them, or with light level, I think maybe there could be more, you know, if you could share more about the idea there. Because if I look at some of the buildings, it's quite rough, you know. It could also be a garage, or you're not quite sure what's the message of it. It has a certain roughness. Has this to do with the neighborhood? I'm not familiar with the area. Is it so rough that it, you know, that you want it to be part of this social area, or is it something where you find solutions, or where you could, you know? So how do you position it? And that's something where I don't kind of where I think there's maybe one further step missing. And then a third point, I also agree on the columns. Maybe don't put them direct in the corner. I think a circular form doesn't want to touch another geometry, and sometimes you have dividing walls that touch the rounded shape of the columns, and I think it would be much better to separate the two forms from each other.
Julie, congratulations. I quite appreciate your proposal because I think it's very meaningful to have in the urban space, in a city, monumental form, and especially in this case, monumental autonomous form that actually serves something that is so underserved. So there is a great ambition with this project, and I think also in its expression. I do think that beyond that, I'm starting to be just a bit skeptical about the project, in the sense that I found it to be a little bit too smooth. That there is, you know, there is this constraint of the site, and I think you are making the best out of it. But other than that, it seems like you have set up for yourself maybe a bit too much freedom. And that also comes across, you know, when you looked at the ground floor plan, it's exactly the same as the other plans. It's just that it's missing the enclosure. So I'm doubtful of that. And at the same time, I do enjoy the fact that this building doesn't have any front entrance or front moment. So that's kind of maybe an ambiguous comment, because on one hand I enjoy this moment, on one hand I'm skeptical about it. The second thing that I want to add, and I think here I'm repeating Uwe's comments and John's on where do you place these circles, these cylinders, and I see your project as a problem of the free plan. Very much that you have the floor plates and you have the columns, and the columns don't touch the facade, and somehow they empower each other. And I think maybe thinking about the floor plate or the design of the floor plate through that problem will kind of, again, will make you really consider to how to push the cylinders away from the facade and kind of maximize the play that you can do on the floor plates. And the third thing that that I want to suggest, and maybe you have looked at this example, is a project by Toyo Ito in Sendai, the Sendai Mediatek. And I think that could be an interesting precedent for you that could also open up the discussion on structure and how can you use this, the two of them, how can you actually not have this kind of massive beams in between, and maybe discover a different system that can exist just purely through the slab and through the cylinders. All right, kind of just trying to maximize your first gestures in the building. And I think that's other than that, again, I think I appreciate the autonomy of the building you are proposing here. It's quite strong, I will say.
Thank you.
We have like 1 more minute if somebody has some closing comments. Or we can move on to, then we actually will stay on time maybe once. Thank you, Julie.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next project will be by Antonio. And Julie, you have to leave moderation, I think.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, good afternoon. My name's Antonio. I'm also doing a community art therapy center. Skid Row is a neighborhood that is underfunded and underserved, with its inhabitants dealing with a variety of issues. And one of these issues is mental health. Mental health is becoming more prevalent in Skid Row, as many residents suffer from either PTSD, anxiety, depression, or others, just to name a few. These lack of social service, as Skid Row is underfunded, this leads to a lack of services, social services and social spaces. And this kind of leaves the residents leaving forgotten and even a sense of lack of community and opportunity. Research shows that art can be a good therapy as people are able to self-express themselves as well as self-appreciate themselves, as art is both a way to express yourself and the act of creating art is something that is very human, so that sense of humanism is returned to them. Art is a generator of culture as well as conversations and even emotions. As people create art, you want to display it, and this provides the opportunity to be seen and to display. Gables are serving as exhibition spaces live within a 3-dimensional grid, providing different experience and serving as a collection of exhibits. So my project is located on the corner of 5th Street and San Pedro, right next to the Women's Center, as well as other nonprofit organizations in this nearby area. So I broke the program down into like 5 main groups, which include a commercial space where you can either sell your art or enjoy a meal at the cafe. These black solid squares are the exhibition spaces themselves. These diagonal hatch is the classroom spaces where people are able to interact with one another and learn. These vertical hatches are office spaces for both admin as well as social service and psychological help. And these horizontal hatch represent screen space that is placed and live within the grid and objects. So again, kind of explaining the program and the user and what they go through, they are able to create art or any form of art. They're able to exhibit it in these gallery spaces. They're able to learn in the classrooms, and they are able to refresh themselves and take a breather in these oblique spaces that live above the gables. And they're able to confide in social service offices. This building started as a rectangular extrusion, which was then converted into a 15 by 15 structural grid. Within this grid, I then placed objects, whether they were merging or rotated upside down, or just singular objects within the grid, and they were then extruded 4 feet to create a sense of depth. This is just a program overview of the acts of the building. Again, kind of explaining, it's the structure. This is a structure diagram. The structure, the poured in place concrete, 15 by 15 feet spaced apart. The back core serves as a service core, and then you have these gable objects living within this grid. The green space allows for cross ventilation to occur. There's concrete planks on the objects that serve as shading, and curtains to kind of provide some sort of shading in the classrooms. This is just a quick render of the main entrance on 5th Street. This is the commercial space, this is classroom space, and this is space that is occupied mainly by the cafe, but I intend the space to be very flexible where people can host informal meetings or even exhibition spaces. So this is the site plan, and again, the main floor is the ground floor is occupied by an art store where people can sell the art that they create at the space. A cafe where people are able to interact and, with one another, share a bite. And the back core is used for services. So I have 2 exit stairs, a main circulation bathroom, and elevators. Because these gables interact with one another and merge with one another, they're able to create double height spaces, and just the line is blurred between each space. So you're able to experience one gallery from one to another. And so this is just the 2nd and 3rd floor plan. This is the gallery space shown above. And there are offices and classrooms here as well. These classrooms are intended to be something flexible. So although I define them like this, the user is able to make of that space as they please and need. The 3rd floor kind of shows the double height space that these classrooms become, as well as these galleries. One of the gables is rotated upside down, so it kind of penetrates the grid, and this is just the view of how the grid and the gable interact with one another. Green spaces are placed on top of each object and each gable, so to provide a sense of relief, and just you're able to refresh yourself and take a break from whether it's your meetings, your social service meetings, or your galleries and classrooms that are occurring. The 5th floor also has classrooms and auditorium spaces. As mentioned, the green spaces live on the oblique space. Claude Parent argues that the oblique spaces are more interacting and engaging, and therefore they are more enjoyable. So giving this enjoyable space to people to kind of refresh themselves and take a break from everything that's going on around them was something beneficial that happened. The 6th floor with green spaces going on, double height auditorium and classrooms. 7th floor with a gallery space, offices, maker space, and green space. The galleries and auditoriums are also intended to be flexible, something that you are able to kind of occupy as you need and please, whether it's performing a dance routine or whether it's something converted into a group therapy session. These spaces are meant to be occupied by the user as they best fit by needed. So this is just the 8th and 9th floor as well. So these are my sections, and this section is cut alongside 5th Street, and it kind of just shows how these gables interact with one another. If you're in this gallery space, you're able to look up into this one, and vice versa. This dance space is able to interact with this gallery space right here. The double height spaces in the classroom and offices allow you to for them to be a bigger, more grand learning environment, as well as interacting with the gables within the space. So if you're standing in this classroom right here, you're able to experience this gable as well as this gable from within. If you're standing in this classroom right here, you're able to experience this gable and as well as this one from within. The transverse section along San Pedro just shows the same in the shorter way, the transverse way. These are my elevations. The building is mainly concrete and glass with wire meshing to kind of enclose the green space that occurs. Concrete planks are placed within the grid for light control, as well as providing a sense of privacy within, but still allowing you to see outside into your surrounding. This is Axon just showing the interaction between the double high space classrooms as well as the double high gallery spaces that are on the second and third floor. For more wall detail, as explained before, the concrete is a poured in place, the structure is a poured in place concrete structure. And the reason I went for a poured in place is because the language of it being one structure and instead of being of a culmination of pieces of structure, and how that one structure interacts with the objects themselves. And lastly, here's the view from San Pedro and on the corner of San Pedro and 5th Street looking to the building. That's it, thank you. If you guys want, I can leave the moderation so you guys can scroll through the drawings as you please.
Thank you very much, Antonio. Can you maybe go back to your first concept sketch, the one where you have where you outline your village, and then you've got this yeah. No, not that one. The one which has these hedging in between the building. That one. Yeah. 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 From my perspective, I think this was quite a convincing sketch to introduce a solution to what you are after with your program. So creating this type of village, which is then being filled with different functions inside and the in-between of these individual buildings becomes a different programmable functional space as well. But then straight away the question for me was, and the question to you, that why did you choose to combine this with a very, very rigid grid column system that support as a support structure for your vertical village? How does that come together? How did this happen? Why did you do it?
I wanted to express structure since the beginning of the semester. I think oftentimes we tend to hide structure and not embrace it. So picking something that was very rigid and then combining it with something that kind of lives within it or obstructs it was a combination that was very appealing to me. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, well, I mean, expressing the structure is something that doesn't necessarily need to be grid and column and beam based. I think here you've really chosen a system that is quite the opposite of the village structure that you are proposing there. It's possible to do, but I think here it is actually where, from my perspective, it does not really come together that well anymore. I think this makes this grid structure, the underlying structural system there, makes the floor plans looking weird. I think the sections are better, but we then can already see, to my opinion, again in your perspectives, that these grid systems, that these columns lead to a lot of difficult and not so well articulated spaces, which could be quite beautiful. I like the idea of turning the roof around and making this something that you experience from underneath. But here, I think your perspective already shows that because you're putting these columns up there, you are actually destroying this this beautiful moment of a village which is stacked in all directions, upside down. Yeah, I was simply just wondering why you decided to go to combine this structural system with your concept idea.
Yeah, I think also just the fact that the gridded rigid structure kind of just serves as the organizer. And then from there, you can kind of like branch off into creating the space around that was something I was also going for. But I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. Okay, good. Yeah, thank you.
I actually agree with Uwe with the shapes and I was wondering, because you started off quite interesting and having these diagrams that really caught my attention, that it's that you really thought about the program and the for this project very much. And I think which part of your project I really enjoy is actually the section where I think the potential of this interwoven elements is the strongest. Way stronger than, for example, in the facade, and way stronger than, unfortunately, also in the floor plans, because in the floor plans, it seems to me that that it's just a row of functions, whereas in the section, you have these beautiful moments and the potential of the different proportions of the rooms, the very narrow but very high one, the super wide one, and high one on the top floor, and these upside down gabled roofs. And I wonder if the project would have been even stronger if you would have taken this idea of the stacked houses more rhetorical and not too much literal, sort of more as the, I don't know if you know that the high rise of homes by James Wines and did the project in the 1980s, where they had the stacked houses. It's actually an idea of that he was taking on in the 19th century. But this high rise of homes is quite of what I imagine of a super literal way of stacking houses, whereas, for example, the Herzog-Wimmerung project in Weil am Rhein, the Vitreur Museum, is more of a abstract version of that, and you are neither the one nor the other. And yeah, also the floor, the ground floor, I have the feeling that you're putting a lot of commercial use in the ground floor, and I'm always a fan of, or I'm always trying to think about the ground floor as one of the most important parts of the building, because our time now is still dedicated to this idea of people walking and entering the building at the ground floor level. We're not yet there with flying cars, so the ground floor has a special importance, and too much commercial use in this ground floor, I think, is not the best thing to activate a neighborhood, but to do the difference, the opposite in a way. Yeah, commercial use is often, or too much commercial use is often just a way of financing a project. And I think if you want to think about making the neighborhood more lively, I think we can also think about functions in the ground floor that in a way activate this neighborhood thinking, and having space, informal space, a lot more informal space that people can adapt and use and use for different things. And so I'm a little bit torn between parts that I really like in this project and part that I think that could have been worked on more, and could have been where the potential could have been worked out more. But yeah, in the end, I think it's an interesting approach that would need another round of critiques like this, and then you could finish it up a little bit more clear, because I have the feeling that at some point you didn't really know what to do with the program. So many different users with the program, you just putting them together, and in the section works super well. In the ground floor, in the floor plans, I think we can work on that. But yeah.
Yeah, Antonio, I think I live with the same the same emotions, that I am torn between, you know, the moments that I really enjoyed and the moments that I have doubts about.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you know, it's also okay to have those sentiments about the building. So I just want to say that I appreciate the straightforwardness of your scheme and maybe your belief in the scheme. And I think when I'm looking at certain perspectives, especially those from the street, I quite, you know, again, I enjoy the confusion that I cannot grasp the scale of this building. The fact that, you know, you are inverting certain rules of composition, that you have the bigger house is at the top, right? So I think that's kind of you know, just strong in my opinion. I will say that, and again, you know, I want to maybe reduce my comments just at the level of the facade itself. If we were to look at the facade, right, maybe if you think about this as you begin in your presentation, you start with the autonomy of this pitch roof volumes, and then there is a moment where you are breaking them, where you kind of elongate parts of them, right, as you can see in the facade to these sides, where I think, you know, it's maybe unclear why would you do that when, on the other hand, here at the bottom where you have the inverted pitch, you really don't align it with the pitch of the other volumes, because you really want to express their, you know, kind of their autonomy. That's why this is how I read your project. And I think, again, your project brings back these notions of postmodernism, where I think I am being asked to read the building and to interpret what's going on there. So lastly, I want to suggest in your process of explaining the project that one thing that I find is missing, and one thing that you can use in order to argue for this project, it's a discussion on sizes of spaces. You haven't really explained why these volumes need to be so big or so small. And that's an important step in kind of in the process of explaining the project, I think, because you can always say, you know, it needs to be this big because of this and this and this and so on. So there is a little bit more, maybe you need to inject a bit of pragmatism in the presentation in order to kind of to argue for the project. But yeah, I mean, I'm going to look a little bit closer at this detailed section of the facade, trying to understand more. There is a lot of effort that is happening here, and I'm just trying to understand to what end. Yeah, I think to me the quality of this project is precisely the fact that at least I don't really understand it. So kind of I'm leaving the project with this questions mark, and I think that's, you know, I like that, because I see things that maybe are too obvious these days, and they are trying to be too beautiful, and that's sometimes incredibly boring. So thank you for this project, Antonio.
Yes, thanks a lot. I like the project a lot as well. I agree with most parts that has been said already, but I think there's also a quality in the ground floor plan. I think it's structured quite well. I see that it's very efficient, that you make, I mean, maybe for me, coming from Europe, I always see these projects that make use of vast spaces, and here it seems kind of effective. You know, it's organized. You have the complete infrastructure to one side. It's open to the other side. I think that's a very good approach. And then I agree on what the others said concerning the elevation. And I think your concept picked with the hatches is very strong, and you lose the quality of that picture in your elevation. And I think it's because here the dualism between the two is much bigger than if you look at the elevation. In the elevation, this the space in between the houses kind of, I don't know, eats it up. So if you would just have maybe, I don't know, covered it with a glazed facade and you don't see the structure, and you put more focus on the geometry of the houses of your vertical village, maybe that would make it stronger again. And I think it becomes obvious in the entrance, because in the entrance you look through both. You have the angled roof, but you also see the structure behind if you go down to the elevation again.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's the only part where the roof is covered by a level where the angled or the sloped roof is not the floor above. Here, kind of you have a triangle that's kind of a lost angle there. Yeah. So I think if you know, if you would, if all this small structure in the columns, if that would be less, I think it would look more generous, the project. Yeah. But all in all, I think it's quite well done.
Thank you.
One thing I want to ask, I mean, we're in all these projects now, we're talking about a neighborhood with a lot of homeless people and many social aspects and trying to help the neighborhood. Why do we need so many parking places everywhere? I mean, there's 3 floors of parking lots underground. In Europe, we try to kick out the cars of the cities. It's just unbelievable to me. We
That
would
is
do such a
dangerous.
project without, it would be all car sharing or public transport, you know. I would be happy to have a house, but I guess in LA, the car is something is the last thing you want to kind of throw away.
Did you ever see Rainer Benham Loves Los Angeles? It's this film where he explains that in order to read Dante in the original, people used to learn French, and then in order to read Los Angeles in the original, he learned how to drive. So that in mind, I think the parking problematic is quite evident. But I think I agree. Usually, you like in Europe, you would, especially in Switzerland, like there's no discussion. We get rid of most parking that's possible. We're even thinking about, you know, making.
2 weeks ago, I was in Zurich. I paid 90 francs staying overnight in a public parking lot garage.
Yeah. Next time you come here, you let me know. I tell you where to park, because it's like a Russian roulette.
Yeah, I mean, the parking discussion is somewhat evolving in this area as well. And it's not something we talked about it in studio, but we also left it a little bit open. This downtown LA has just recently changed the parking regulation. I believe it's one of the only places where basically they don't necessarily require parking. So there is the option to leave parking away. Usually when you do a project in LA, the first thing you do is figure out how you're going to fit the parking, because it requires a lot of parking depending on what the use is. And the biggest problem is if you want to change the use of a building, you have to provide the parking that comes with the use of that building. So sometimes this is like the first thing that makes a project fail, just legally kind of. So in downtown, they actually have changed it to like, you don't necessarily need to provide it. And the other thing was difficult on this site. It was actually so small that it was really hard to get a ramp down, right? That's why a lot of the sites, they provide this kind of automated parking that becomes more and more popular. But it you know, the other thing is that there, you know, that most people that would probably use these buildings as the kind of user that we define from the neighborhood, they would walk there. But as soon as you would have employees in a building like that, they might not live in that area, so that you would have to somehow find maybe parking for them. So it depends a little bit who the parking is actually for. Because it might be, you know, I mean, this is not some other projects are libraries, you know, the librarian might live in the valley, you know, like, and they will just drive to work. So this.
But didn't downtown LA once have the largest public transport system, the elektrische?
Yes,
And then
it
they
did, but
destroyed
that
it in the
was like
30s?
100 years ago. Yes.
Yeah.
And you know, it still does have a public transport system that actually
Yeah.
works quite well. You know, you can get everywhere you want, but I've used it quite a lot. I didn't have a car for a while in LA, so in the beginning, but it takes a certain, it's pretty gritty, to put it simple. You know, it's not like, I know, you know, I'm used to taking the tram in Zurich. It is not the same experience. And downtown is also, there's a lot of people that live there, and so it's very walkable. You know, it's not like downtown in LA is not huge. It's not like Manhattan or something like that. So, thank you for all these great comments.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
I think we are done.
Yeah, thanks all the students we have seen before and now. I think we didn't have the chance to say thank you to the students of Katrin's group. So if you talk to Katrin, and she should tell their students thank you. I mean, it's always so much work putting up these for the finals, and I want to congratulate all the students for their efforts, even the ones we haven't seen.
Yeah, thank you very much for your invitation. It was very interesting. It was certainly worthwhile getting up early today. Yeah, I think you've got still a long day presenting. So good luck with the rest of the presentations.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I hope to see you in Zurich one time.
Well, I'm actually going there in summer, but it's I mostly spend time in Bern now. I have like kids and I have to go visit the grandparents. So
sure.
the whole different thing why we go now.
Yeah. No, I hope that like until summer everything will be a little bit more easy.
I hope so.
Yeah. And yeah, thanks. It was nice to meet all the other jurors. And here it's midnight, so I think we'll surely go to bed soon. But we will have a nice day starting. And John, hope to see you all around, maybe in Düsseldorf.
Yes, if you're in Düsseldorf, stop by. I think we have email now.
Yes, and also Adrian, was nice to meet you, and hope to see you in Toronto. I actually have family in Toronto, which I haven't seen in a while, so there's a good reason to come to Toronto too.
Come over. It's beautiful in the summer. Otherwise, it's pretty brutal here.
Very cool. Yeah. Yeah, and thanks for the invitation, and it would be great to next time to be there in person.
Yeah, thank you, everyone.
Another good recommendation, if you're all interested in LA culture, there's this beautiful documentary. It's called LA Place Itself, and which also explains the public transportation problematics in the past, and also maybe that's interesting for your studio because there it is explained how the public transportation was on purpose put to rest to leave out certain people out of the downtown neighborhood, which is quite a political issue. And I think now we have the time to talk about that again. So Los Angeles Place itself is worth seeing.
Thank you for the recommendation. That's great. I don't know it, but that's good. Thank you so much.
Hope to see you guys, and have a great what is it, morning, evening, and noon.
Yeah. Thank you so much for coming. That was it's always such a you know, we're always so thankful for everybody's time.
It was fun.
Great input.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Enjoy the rest of the day, or have a good night.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much.
Bye.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
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 Okay, I guess we're gonna have a break. For quite a while. And we are, after that, we are gonna go back to room 6 again. Yes, is that right? Yes. But what time? I'm kind of like confused what time it is.
You're doing great, Andre.
Well, I've already been in review since 7 in the morning, so it's like all a blur.
Oh my goodness. Exciting day of reviews.
It's been really great so far. It's super fun. I mean, there's like super great jury on all the panels. So
Yeah, I've been trying to like listen to like 3 or 2 juries at the same time, but it's like so funny. So Antoinette, basically they said to leave the live YouTube live thing on even during the break and stuff. And then Michael will hopefully give instructions at the very end.
So I don't have to do anything to the YouTube, right?
No, don't touch it. And then just let people in. Yeah.
Sounds good.
Hi, Dad.
okay, and then we'll see everybody at 3:30
Yeah.
in
3:30.
the other room. Bye, guys.
Hi, Audrey.
Oh, Tyler left. I was gonna say good job. Oh well.
Oh, and with the video, people can see you on YouTube, by the way.
I'm aware. I actually have
Okay.
the video over there, and I'm like,
All right. Well, have fun moderating this one.
I try. Bye bye.
Hi, Antoinette.
Hi, Katrin.
Hi. Are you our host, our co-host?
Yes, I am. I'm the host, and it's all set up.
Okay, perfect. Okay, fantastic. Great. Thank you. Yeah, I think we're going for a break now. Let's see. It's until 3:30, right?
Yes.
3:30, and then we'll be back at 3:30, and we have 15 minutes to introduce. Okay, perfect. Great. I'll see you later.
Sounds great.
Can you make me co-host?
Yes, I think I can.
Great.
Right, you're co-host.
Thank you. Okay. And I see in here Amaris. Sorry, Amaris. I'm so sorry. I just learned how to pronounce your name and I messed it up. I'll do it. Amaris, you're ready?
Yeah, I just need to paste it on there.
Okay, perfect. Great. I think you will be presenting as the third person in this presentation.
Okay.
So great. And I'll pronounce your name properly.
Okay.
And Angel, you're here. Yeah, maybe he left. He's taking a break, probably. Okay. Great. So yeah, Antoinette, I'll see you later.
All right, sounds good.
Bye.
Bye.
How do you know for sure that you're all good to go?
Hi, Logan.
Hey, Katrin.
Hi, Angel. You're gone now, but I saw you.
Hi, Katrin.
Hi. Are any of our jurors here already?
Thanks.
Oh, yeah. There's Zeke. Hi, Zeke.
Hi, how's it going?
Hi. Hi, Patricia.
Hello, how are you?
Good. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Hi, Sona.
Hi,
Good to
Kat.
see you. Hello. And hi, Jeff.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, good. Good to see you.
You too.
Zeke, our students are already greeting you.
We've had fun so far. It's been awesome to see their work the last few weeks.
That's great. So, so Zeke, maybe I can introduce the jurors a little bit to one another. Zeke is a recent graduate from University of Texas in Austin, and he came to our class and showed his own portfolio, and his renderings and his graphic style is amazing. So the students requested a private workshop from him. So if you see something amazing in their work, it's part because of Zeke's input. So yeah, thank you for doing this. But yeah, thanks everybody for coming. I think we're waiting for perhaps one more juror, Stephen Slaughter. I think he's hopefully coming sometime soon. We have a little bit of time kind of at the beginning, but maybe we can like just get started. I'm just going to introduce the jury to everybody. So once again, Zeke Jones is a recent graduate from the University of Texas at Austin. And he's now working, he's an architect at Escher Gunevardena, and located somewhere in Los Angeles, right?
I'm in Torrance right now, but
In
soon to be
Torrance.
Silver Lake.
Katrin,
Oh, Stephen!
hey, how are you?
Good to see you. Oh my gosh, it's been
It's
like
been decades, literally.
decades, yes. Don't say that, but yeah, it has been. But
It's
really
been
good to see you.
yesterday.
It was just yesterday,
It
exactly.
was just yesterday.
Great. Well, thanks for joining us. I'm just like in the process of introducing everybody, and also figuring out where everybody is located. Like the first panel that we were on had jurors. I think we had 4 jurors from 4 different countries and 3 different continents. And it was just amazing. Like, I think this is the last time that we have a review like this where we can have people from all around the world. I mean, we're all hoping to go back to normal and to physical space, but it's just kind of amazing to to invite friends from all over. But I think this panel is probably quite local, and within the United States, unless one of you has relocated somewhere. But anyways, Zeke Jones, currently located in Torrance. We all know where that is, working in Silver Lake remotely with Escher Gunevardena, and recent graduate from Texas. Then Patricia Ree is a partner at Ehrlich Yanai Ree Cheney Architects. Thank you for joining us. And are you in Los Angeles?
Yes, we're out of Culver City.
Oh, okay. So you are located in Culver City.
Mhm.
So I can probably reach out my hand and say hello to you because I'm next to Culver City, basically.
Oh, nice.
That's great. Sona Gevorkian is faculty here at Cal Poly Pomona. I'm saying here, teaching teaching also in the undergraduate program, and she has her own firm called Sona Geworkje in Architecture, I assume, and doing great projects. Thank you for joining. Jeff Kaplan, you all remember Jeff from midterm. So Jeff, are you in Los Angeles also?
Yeah, we're in Glassell Park.
Okay, so Jeff joining us from Glassell Park. Jeff is founder of Part Office, who beautiful project, architecture office, beautiful projects. And then of course he's curator and creator of the famous blog Tilitas. And we all look at it every day. Thank you for joining.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me.
And then Stephen, yeah, we've known each other for like many, many decades. Stephen Slaughter, thank you for coming. So Stephen is an architect lived in Los Angeles for a very long time and taught there at Cpp Arc, and now he's a professor at the University of Cincinnati in Ohio. And are you actually in Cincinnati? I guess your sound is gone. Yeah, something's wrong with your microphone. Can anybody? Yeah, I cannot hear you, Stephen. Something's going on, but I can lip read and just kidding.
I think he's still muted.
You are muted now, yeah. So, but no, it doesn't work. Something, we heard you earlier, so something must have, maybe, hopefully you can figure it out. I'll introduce the studio in the meantime. So, what you'll see today is are the final reviews of senior projects, which is the final project of the undergraduate program at Cal Poly Pomona after 5 years. And we're a total of around 100 students divided into 6 sections. And you will see actually 2 sections today. So first 3 students from my section and then 2 students from Wendy Gilmartin's section. So we were like trying to mix it up a little bit. Each section has their own focus and a programmatic focus and also a different general site. And in my section, we look at generally at public buildings and cultural buildings in particular. The buildings are all around 60,000 square feet, and we are actually asking students to design buildings that kind of work structurally and everything. The project site is the Toy District in Los Angeles, in downtown Los Angeles, and you, most of you are, yeah, you all know Los Angeles, including Stephen. So you all know probably the Toy District as an area that's that has a lot of homelessness. But we're looking at the site in a some students are addressing the homelessness, and I think the first project you will see is doing that. But we are also kind of globally at looking at it, what happens in the next decades, with an optimistic point of view that there could be better solutions for homelessness. And what we're also looking at the site is its very unique, dense urban fabric. So even though it's located within downtown Los Angeles and adjacent to sort of like a really high-rise buildings, this is currently still very low-rise, and the streets are quite small. And there's a vast network of back alleys that cut through the blocks and currently occupied by markets and everything. So it's quite a vibrant neighborhood in that sense. And it has a very, very kind of nice human scale. And we sort of anticipate that in the future, it might be sort of like 5 stories high. So you see some projects that kind of assume a future with like buildings that are a little bit taller than what's currently there. Each student wrote their own brief and also sort of like, you know, had kind of like their own architectural concept. Yeah, so I just want to see if there are any questions from the jury before we start. And Stephen, you can just.
I want to test. This is fine.
Perfect.
Great.
Okay, great, fantastic. We figured it out. Yeah, and if there are no other questions, then I'm gonna actually post the link to the concept board into the chat. So you can visit the concept board and go to the students panel and follow along while the student is also presenting on Zoom. You can find kind of like the sections on the left-hand side. Logan, I don't think you have a link to your section, but you can also find the students by they're in alphabetical order. So Logan, I guess you see where all the little cursors are. That will be Logan's project. But yeah, so we have a co-host here, or a host, Antoinette Shapiro, and she will help us stay on time. And Antoinette, yeah, students can share their screen, right? In our section, we have the students share their screen. I think that's enabled because we were in this room actually before. Yeah, and Antoinette, can you time the 8 minutes and then just let the student know ahead of time, like a minute before when they're close to 8? And then we have a total of 30 minutes for our discussion.
So kind of let them know at about 7.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Sounds good.
Great. Well, thank you. Logan, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. I did add a marker. It takes you to the first photo.
Oh, okay, perfect. So we can click on the section icon on the left and then find you. Okay, great. Okay, great.
Can I share screen?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right. So beginning kind of where it ends, and also to refer back to the homelessness in the area of the Toy District. This was definitely one of the staggering percentages that I researched when I saw the demographics, having 90% of the nearby contacts and population being under the poverty line. And so this corner of Wall and East 4th is one of the most severe encampments located off of this building. And so this directly looks across into the site, and there's a few other contextual factors that went into play. There is a alley market that is active during the weekends, and it kind of continues breaking into the site as well. And so we'll see kind of how that demonstrates an elevation, and then there's another elevational point off of this one-way street that takes people into the building immediately into this public stairwell that takes you up through all floors. So let's dive into it. So as mentioned, it is two parcels, and these parcels are kind of an oblong shape. So when the building was proposed, it kind of stepped back. So the zoning for this area is luckily height is limitless, and you can build to the property line. And so that said, the parcel lines served as that boundary. And since it stepped back a little bit, you'll be able to see how none of these protrusions actually break from those boundaries. So going into the programming, it is kind of a 3-tiered experiment where there is a market hall on the first floor, and that kind of also includes a mezzanine floor that has kind of a transparency from a second floor view off into the one-way directional street, and then the back of house is also behind that, and it's kind of tucked away. The second the second premise, the 3rd and 4th floor, serve as residential units, laundry services, and actually a theater and atrium that kind of connects this outer shell and proposes kind of an internal and grand living room environment. We'll get into that in the plan as well. And the final crown of this social experiment is a greenhouse. And so what this does, the site is not shaded, so it was able to get both AM and PM sun. So we have an AM garden and a PM garden. These will kind of rotate throughout the day. And what's meant to happen here is crops to be grown to circulate to this back of house kind of structural support system that has a freight elevator here, and that goes through all the floors down to the basement level, but more importantly to the marketplace where there's pantries located. That said, let's look at the building in elevation. So corner views, it takes obvious inspiration from that alley to the side over here. So that alley that is active on the weekends kind of views into this open marketplace. And during the day, these garage doors, we'll see in elevation too, these garage doors can open up and leaving these doorways kind of as the closed version of when it can instead be closed. The garage doors be closed, and these are the only open operable doors. So in plan, we have off of Wall Street, we have the staircase that kind of allows people to not interfere with the market hall, but to go directly up, whereas the market hall entrance is more of this grand vestibule area, and it takes you to ticketing if you want to go to the theater programs. Since it is shared with the residential, there should be some kind of security parameter. And then the back of house is hidden with the freight elevator. And this freight elevator continues through and actually allows vehicular access for delivery drop-off to go straight through the elevator, upwards or through, or downwards actually. This is where support services below ground also permeate. And then this is the garage. A lot of the students you'll see are using automated garages, which severely helps the plan intake, so it doesn't have to it doesn't have to eliminate too much of the plan. And so moving on to the second floor, we have the mezzanine level, which is more of a public just a public viewing area to the street below. And over here we have the back of house and administration services. This is the only floor that doesn't have a freight access because there's not a lot of heavy equipment to be rolled into the office spaces. Going to the theater room, the theater room is a very generous space in terms of seating too. This is all in proposition with the new parameters of the 6 feet social distancing, so that there can be some kind of, it's not congested, but it's a very open air environment, as well as that kind of lax extended living room space. So we have the laundry services located on the corner, so you can do your laundry with a supreme view. Going to the next floor above that, it's kind of a repeated format. There is no theater. It is open to below atrium. And here we have food seatings and dining tables for residents or public access guests to come and kind of view the theater below. So essentially, people who take that public stairwell can come to this floor, not the theater floor, because the theater floor can get kind of security and mitigated. And then the final floor is the greenhouse. And so what this will do is it'll promote some kind of accessibility to this program, where it can be a public venue, and that people could actually engage and actually have some kind of educational practice of how it's planted, seeded, and then how it's kind of assembled, and then rotated around to the freight elevator and taken down to the to this packaging workshop or to to the floors below. So moving on to the elevations, both elevations have some kind of expression, as mentioned, to the outside. So we have that transparency of the public stairwell, and then there's a generous opening for each of these residential units as well as these openings from the mezzanine floor as well. That said, with all these openings, there is an intent for some kind of ventilation. So there are openings left on the perimeter to help circulate. And then also this, the atrium concludes with this opening where there's a planter involved and helps with the tree height as well. So here we have that anticipated scene of the open air atrium where there are multiple viewing levels besides the kind of this living room area where people can see the stage from multiple perspectives from a third floor as well. And so the marketplace hall, there's a generous amount of seating room for storage when these things can fill up with produce. And then here's that public stairwell that kind of attaches itself to that front entrance and kind of is tucked away from these with these separation walls.
That's 8 minutes, Logan.
Okay. Sections. I'm just gonna go over it briefly. And that said, there's a structural component of this building is that there's more or less 3 tiers of construction where the first floor has these large truss system and precast columns. And then these precast situations kind of transfer to the facade with these concrete frames and then insulated metal wall panels to reduce square footage with the residential units. And then the typical polycarbonate frames, galvanized struts for a lightweight greenhouse construction. Okay.
Thanks, Logan.
Yeah, thank you. I'll back up here. All right. Does anybody have a question? I can refer to the drawings.
I have a few questions.
Okay.
Can you tell us about the housing aspect? How many units you have and who it's for, and what kind of housing is it? Is it bridge housing? Is it permanent housing?
Yeah, it is it's meant for transitional periods. And so that said, I mean, there were multiple types of rooms in previous iterations, but now it's all single rooms so that it's kind of like a fair game environment in terms of the amenities offered. And that said is mainly for just single person transitional housing. This is in lieu of the large volumes of encampments. So this project is meant to obviously get people off the street and into an environment that's educational, that can be proven fruitful with the amenities offered, so that there is kind of just a generous space on the interior of these buildings in Little Tokyo rather than having to go outside and live outside. So that said, there's about 24 of these units, and some of them have plumbing, some of them do not. And that is just for all the plumbing lines to be located off of this street. Thank you for the question.
Do you have an idea or a concept behind the, I guess, how you situated the house of the units? Like it's on the floor of the theater. Like, so if I was to live there, I would leave my door, and it may be at some point in the day or night some sort of performance happening.
Yes, yeah. And so that was the concept of an extended living room, that it could turn into kind of a dining room as well. That there would be a sense of privacy, but also just a form of continuity between neighbors. So they are situated directly on these floor slabs.
Did you look at any of the precedents? That's one thing that I miss about Los Angeles. I mean, there's tons of housing precedents done by Maltson or Scarpa, where like the six, you can go on and on in all these projects that offer kind of these types of housing. I think the units are more generous. I see that there's a correlation between the articulation of the facade and the units themselves, so I get it. But there seems to be a kind of idea around community, and this seems harsh in a way. That if I was transitioning, I would, my private space, or I mean, my private space is a cell basically, which is really tough. And then when I leave, the public, there's no gradient between a kind of my private space and a public space. I am always either in my cell or on display. Do you see that not as problematic?
So I understand that question. Yeah, you're correct in terms of there's no like amenities or foreplay between these programs from public to private. And that was largely to the fact that there should be kind of an exterior coming into this shell. So it's my hope that it feels like outdoors on both sides of these units.
But it's not, and I think that's one of the things that's really interesting about. I'm using the six as a I think it's transitional housing for veterans. If I'm not sure, I think the six comes from I Got Your Back. I think I may be saying this wrong, but for most of those projects, there is an exterior space. There's a space where the community gathers. It's segregated from the street. It's exterior. The amenities that you have on the roof are part of that. And so I think it's almost perverse that you don't make a kind of transition. Like it's either A or B, it's binary in terms of I'm in a very tough and brutal small cell that's it's the width of my bed, right? Or I'm part of the public and I have no choice. And so I think part of this has to do with the kind of I wouldn't say party, but the way that you organized it. And of course, the units need to be around the perimeter, but the block, however you decide that, it could be organized differently so that there was these different, the procession is different, the segregation is different, where how the units work with the rest of the program is different. Instead of there being kind of a central void on each of the floors to a certain degree, and the perimeter, the things that face the exterior is packed. I mean, and for most of the floors, the kind of diagram operates that way. And I think it's limiting in terms of how you both organize the project, how you think or deal with housing, and how you deal with circulation, progression, all the things that, and architecture requires, especially how you deal with exterior space. And so I think that if you were to break out of that organizational party, it may have freed you to kind of think about the space differently. Now, did you look at any of these buildings that are in LA? Buildings for transitional housing?
No, actually, one of the main the concept parties was a theater hall, actually, that was also in combination with a hotel. And so that had kind of a it was a massive difference in terms of scale, but it still resembled to the same type of program layout where there is this central void that's the concert hall, and then there's the hotel component surrounding the perimeter, and then it's kind of like lifted on this public podium, which in this case would be the marketplace. So I kind of took that verbatim. So I do appreciate the criticism, because it kind of develops the the morale, and then also like just the transitional spaces between programs as well.
I think maybe that precedent may be appropriate for those two things. I'm sure that the hotel, it was a single letter corridor. There's segregation between that and the interior part of the theater, I would imagine, right?
Yeah.
You didn't step out of your hotel room and then you're in the theater. But when you're thinking about the sensitivity it takes to deal with the issues surrounding either homelessness or transitioning, I think it requires a bit more care in terms of how you think about the people that you're trying to accommodate, and at least providing a variety of different spaces so that it's not a binary between a very small cell and then opening up to a very large public space. And with that, I'll cede my comments to the rest of the jurors.
Yeah, I think, I agree with all of these comments. And I think this is the reason why I asked the question also, because to me, it's also kind of a little bit conflicting to have these two very different programs on the same floor with each other. And I guess you telling us that your case study was a theater kind of explains it, because when you look at your floor plan, most of the space is being taken by the theater and not really by the residences, because when you look at the really generous corridor space that you gave to circulating for the public, it's almost the same width as the residences. And I almost wonder if you consider the option of maybe dedicating the second floor to the residences and just making talking about this transition between public and private. Maybe that also works vertically as well, where you have more public theater on the bottom floor and then more residential on the top floor, and you still have your theater maybe going 2 floors, but you are separating public and private vertically as well.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
I think it's also interesting that I think Stephen brought up some of the Malton projects, because, in your residential floor, you have something like the laundry room in the corner. And I forget which of his particular projects he did, but I think he was, the laundry room in his scenario was the basis of the social gathering in the housing project for transitionary housing. And that laundry room was taking place like among the recreational activities, among the daycare facilities. Like that was the kind of hybrid model of the transitionary space between the public street going up, and it's like on a plinth, and then there's the housing above it. And so I think you do have some of the components existing within this. And I think that, it's just, the reorganization and understanding these elements, what would create really a living room for these spaces. And right now it's not really a space you might want to be in, because you're kind of maybe confronted with a much more public activity than you wish to experience. So maybe it's understanding a little bit more about the flexibility of these more hybridized zones, or maybe not walling off certain areas, or having certain borders blurred a little bit more, or having these, double height spaces that you're doing not just serve something like the theater, but maybe they can also be used as a sectional separation device, still maintaining some visual transparency, but providing some sort of filter of privatization between the residents and the public. And then I do really like, the market and I like the sort of organism you're creating with the market on the floor and then the kind of garden on the roof. I know that there's, that makes sense, like let's say in section, but I do wish almost there was more of a visual connection for people experiencing this building, because they are kind of separated by these programmatic chunks that make the understanding that the food you might be getting in the market from the roof, it's a little maybe unclear. So maybe that's also another exploration of how the section and the visual connection between these elements can be used to your advantage, not only to connect certain things, but separate certain things that might need it as well.
Like it. Thank you.
So I also like the sectional idea, the programming, the top as the community garden, and then the marketplace. I like the transparency and the visual connections that you're creating between theater and rooftop. However, I feel like that theater, it's like walled off from the market below. So it's almost like it would have been really successful if they were all kind of transparent and open to each other, to me, because I think having that kind of visual storytelling of plants, to something, the place where it's consumed and sold could be a very interesting and strong one. I share the concerns the other jurors have with the way the housing is organized. It almost feels like you started with this idea of wanting to have these three interesting program elements, and then the housing is a bit of an afterthought, kind of jammed in there. And especially it being homeless housing, it doesn't feel considered in terms of the privacy and the issues, and it's not just housing, I think. It almost feels like the project would be more successful if this was more of like an experimental housing project that wasn't necessarily homeless. It was artist housing, etc. But I do like kind of this idea of the sectional programming of spaces, of these kind of quasi-public and private spaces. I think it does provoke some interesting questions.
I agree with all of that. I think there have been a lot of interesting points, and like, especially if you're first of all, I think the representation is really nice, like especially in plan. Like there's a lot of care in all of the sort of detailing that's then translated into your elevations, which I really admire, and I want to talk about that. But I agree that if your concept is based on sort of situating the homeless population, then I think it's good to even have more housing, because you're dedicating very little of your square footage to actually solving that problem. And you know, that's really the thing that people need. And I do, I agreed with what Patricia said, that if this was like an artist co-op or something, that would be an awesome space. And I think that also what Jeff said is really interesting, where the laundry room sort of becomes that space that Stephen was wondering, where's that middle zone? And I think there could be more of that happening. And one thing that I was really curious about was, one, how you were looking at your floor plan, which appears very symmetrical, and two, how you were thinking about the architectural expression in elevation in terms of these arches and the pediments, which sort of, like, even looking at your plan, look like they have like roots in the Beaux-Arts or something like quasi neoclassical. So I was just kind of curious how you came to that expression.
All right. So I came to that kind of iteration with kind of these arches, these moment arches at the bottom, and these were located just at the bottom. And then the residential units were a little bit more pixelated at first, but over time I wanted to carry on these kind of arch posts so that they're structurally, they make sense, it's all in line. And then it also divides the like the residential units to like a unit smaller, to a more personalized size. And in terms of the overhangs, so the second floor has like protruding overhangs, and this increases in order to allow just shade to fall onto the overall facade, and to kind of reduce energy costs there as well. And then these are all precast frames, so that's why a lot of it's symmetrical, so to cut costs there.
Is there a reason for arches as opposed to rectilinear openings? And also, is there a reason that everything is not an arch, or that there's a primary gable sort of pediment element on the first level and then arches, and then you go back to the gable?
Yeah, I think it was a little bit, it's kind of already mentioned how it's a little classical in terms of the typology, that each window should represent a room, and then the marketplace should be enhanced with a gable front entrance. And so this was kind of harped on as well on the other elevation, where there's a gable for the this garden moment as this kind of a scenic view, and then there's two outcroppings of agricultural plants on either side of the building.
So it's almost like the gables on the greenhouses relate to the market in a similar way that they are one. I think somebody said they're like one single ecosystem or system within themselves, and so they are gables and everything else is an arch. Because in one way, like I understand that, and it kind of reminds me of like an old Alberti composition where he's putting a basilica on top of a a church, and that's a really interesting way to do things. But I do wonder if they could be simplified, where everything is a gable or everything is arch, or everything that is expressed is an arch or continuous. And then when you actually experience the spaces, you might be surprised by something like a gable. But I think that there's room to maybe simplify those geometries. But I totally understand. Like, I really like how each unit relates to a single opening. I think that's really, really nice.
Okay, we have some time for perhaps one more comment, if there are any final comments from the jury. Okay, well then, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, Logan. I think you got some good input from the jury. I think everybody sort of appreciated this kind of weird and interesting stacking of these different programs. And then simultaneously also picking up on this weird, interesting stacking of different architectural expression, like the arches and the gable roof, and so forth. And you got some feedback about, about like interesting program adjacencies, but it would be nice to have a little bit more transparency in section to kind of like really understand what's going on. And then obviously you got a lot of feedback on the housing component, which is like a big other issue. And kind of like a recommendation to really look at precedents, housing precedents. I think the one that Stephen gave you, the 6 by Bookskapa, is a good one really to look at in the future, and to really understand homeless housing or veterans housing. Like it's not just housing, there's much more to it. And the kind of discussion about that gradient between housing and, it's a very tongue-in-cheek, it's a bit of a provocative project to stack all these programs and to have housing right next to a theater. I think the precedent that you refer to was actually the Elbphilharmonie by Herzog and Dümmerow in Hamburg, the hotel with the concert hall, right? But there is not that relationship in that building. It's kind of more just like a geometric relationship, or it's just an adjacency that you don't even notice. You can only see it in section. But I think I also just want to encourage you again in the future to really look at typologies, program typologies, like what's the market hall, what is the housing or the homeless housing, what is an auditorium, and what is the greenhouse, right? But overall, I really appreciate where where you have landed here. And I think this could also result in a really interesting discussion. I just appreciate how Zeke also picked up on kind of like the Beaux-Arts or Alberti reference, like Italian palazzo, like where is that coming from and what is that doing, and kind of like the stacking of those different architectural elements. Like you could take that even further and make a project out of it. So that would be really quite interesting. So thank you, everybody. We will move on, and our next presenter is Angel Terrones.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. So Angel, you can go ahead and share your screen, and we'll time you. Antoinette will time your 8 minutes. And then,
okay. Can anyone see my screen?
Yes.
Be full time. Full screen. Okay. Good evening, everybody. My name is Angel, and today I'll be talking about my proposal for a community center located in the Toy District in downtown Los Angeles. The idea of this project was born as a response to the lack of public spaces dedicated to the community. So this project aims to become an accessible hub for interaction where people can create a sense of belonging. One of the strategies I used to achieve this sense of accessibility to the public was to break up the program into smaller pieces and arrange them to create a small village with a central plaza that unifies all the spaces. Another important specific feature of the site was that we have these really present alleyways, or also called callejones. And I use these ones to really inform the shape of the project in a way to connect it with the existing urban fabric. So these are mostly used by the population as alternative circulation paths and also as informal commercial spaces. So again, like this is a really porous and pedestrian nature site, and the building also tries to form like a gateway to the rest of the neighborhood. So the site is more precisely located at the intersection of Wall Street and Boyd Street. We don't have any specific height limitations or setbacks. The program consists of parking and fitness areas at the underground levels. We have a library and a cafe at the ground level. Then we have several flexible multi-use spaces on the second and third floor. And finally, a large auditorium and office spaces at the top levels. So the sculptural character of the building provide accessible roofs and terraces that directly connect the street and encourages pedestrian circulation. We also have a carving on the ground level, which allows access and provide visual connection to the underground fitness spaces. This site plan really highlights the porousness of the building and also its relationship with the streets and the callejones. We can see how the massing on the first floor touches the ground in a minimal way to allow for the creation of this central open space. And in this view, we can see how the user is presented with the opportunity to interact with the building by simply walking through the plaza. But we can also see how the roof terrace becomes an extension of the street where users are free to move. And this freedom provides a sense of ownership that emphasizes the building status as a community facility. At the ground level, we have really generous windows that provide a glimpse of the interior activities. This view in particular showcases the underground fitness spaces with a basketball court. And at the same time, we're able to see the main lobby right across the plaza and even the alley that's happening right behind the building. As users move through the plaza, the building reveals itself through a series of small scenes that invite everyone to engage on the different activities that all happen simultaneously. As I said before, from the main plaza, users have access to the underground fitness center. And again, this idea of transparency is present as a means to blur the boundaries between the inside and the outside. As we just saw in the previous image, here's where it was taken from. We have access from the fitness center, which includes a basketball court, gym equipment, and several activity rooms. So the main vertical circulation happens through these stairs and the elevator, which takes us to the ground level. And here we have the main lobby with a cafe, which is strategically placed to engage with the library, the plaza, and also to activate this informal space on the callejones. On the second floor, we can see the part of the roof that becomes accessible to the public. In addition, we have several community spaces like classrooms, maker spaces, and a large gathering space with a kitchen. And most of these spaces repeat on the following level. And we also have the library, which functions more like its own element within the village. So the fourth level contains the access to the main auditorium. And finally, the last two levels offer office spaces. This axonometric view shows, again, this relationship between the different spaces unified by the central plaza. And it's important to notice the extensive use of glass, which reinforces the feeling of connection between all the spaces. In this sectional perspective shows the vertical circulation through this atrium, which connects all spaces and offers visibility from all points within the building. In the same manner, the next section shows the relationship between the plaza and the library in the back, and also the terrace levels on the second floor. It also highlights the use of double spaces, especially in the basketball court, the community room, and the auditorium on the top floor. In this view, we can see the central atrium that serves as the main circulation. This is actually the fourth level where we have the entrance to the auditorium. And then the following image is an interior view of the library. It also uses an atrium to provide a daylight and allow for maximum visibility within all the different levels. The structure is made out of reinforced concrete. Here we can see an exposed slab that focuses on the connection between these really massive columns and the girders that are necessary to achieve these large open spaces. And then the wall section provides a more closer look at the arrangement between the different components and the building envelope. Finally, I wanted to show this image because it really highlights all the main design ideas of the project. It shows its relationship with the site and also highlights the sculptural but accessible expression of the building, which makes it more of a social monument rather than a mere object placed on the site. Thank you.
Thank you, Angel.
So I have a real quick question. So you did a master plan for the block, and so when so if you can go to your first series of diagrams, I'm just trying to understand exactly the scope of the work. So you started off with the master plan of the block, and then basically just articulated these 2.5 buildings. Is that?
Yes. So basically, this whole block has already all of these existing structures. And I basically just took this corner lot and integrated to the existing circulation. Again, like in a way to highlight these the porousness of the whole site. We have these callejones or alleyways all across the toy district.
Okay.
I can start if that's okay. I like this concept that you started originally, where you are trying to make it more of a public space by splitting up these volumes into smaller parts and calling them a village. However, I think when I switch to your 3D, it looks more like a canyon to me than almost like a town square in a village, because of this grandness of the massing. And so you end with saying that it's a social monument. It is more like a monument to me than a village. So I think the idea, the village idea is compelling, but I'm not sure if that's the correct one. I think you have just throughout your presentation, you have no lack of images that show your interest in visual connectivity between different levels, and I think that's kind of interesting. I think in my mind, that's the strongest part of your project. All your perspectives show multiple levels and visual connection to these multiple levels, and your sections are amazing. I really like how you're showing them. I guess my questions, and I don't know if you want to answer them, or maybe maybe you'll answer them as we talk, is the function of the space, the program, because it is located on Wall and 4th, you said, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I just, I guess to me, it seems like this is more of a program that would be more in the center of downtown than in this location, because I guess it's more of a, it doesn't, I'm not sure if it fits in that area program wise, and all the elements that you have. It's not really integrating any homeless housing services or Or maybe you can tell me if it does. That would be my kind of only question to you about your project.
Yeah, so probably one of the difference between other projects within our section is that I look at this site more in an optimistic way. So I was trying to like use this project more like a catalyst for renewal, to create the whole neighborhood will start and revamp itself. So that's why it's lacking on addressing the needs like homelessness, but because it's more looking at it in a more optimistic, not probably that it will get rid of it, but more like it will find a way to solve them. So yeah, this project is not directly addressing that.
Okay, I'll go. The drawings are like everything that you did in the project is beautiful. I mean, like you should be commended for that. I think that the drawings are very accomplished. It's clear what's going on. The renderings are beautiful. The drawings are beautiful. That's awesome. And I think that if I was to have any criticism, it would be about more, right? I think that if there's any criticism, the building is super internal, and there's a lot that was maybe a lot that could be done in terms of its urban gesture, or how you're dealing with public space. Because when I look at the plan of the plaza, when I understand how the first plan that you show, and I understand that there are these buildings, I'm curious. I wish I knew the kind of address of the buildings, where entry and exit were on the buildings, how or what the character of those public spaces are. I guess I don't know whether or not the trees that are there are planted. There could be more of a deliberate idea, and I know that you've done the series of diagrams and to locate the building, but understanding, and I wish I can I sketch in this? Let me see if I have a mouse.
Yes, you should be able to do it.
Okay, understanding the space, right? Because your building sort of pokes into a kind of existing, what could be a plaza. So it kind of intrudes on the plaza. And then when it does that, the question is, what does the building give or get as a result of that kind of intrusion into a kind of defined square? And how do you begin to have a conversation with the building and the external spaces? And I think that there are a lot of interesting exterior spaces within the building itself. I like the way that the stairs come up. I think it's difficult that they narrow, right? You make this really grand gesture towards the corner, and then these stairs narrow, like these grand kind of Spanish stairs narrow to a point where you only have two people that can pass, right? And so this grand gesture, the higher you get into this space, begins to narrow, and then you're in this exterior kind of, you can say it's a kind of mezzanine space that's outside. And then when I walk towards, and when you're going towards your plan, when I walk towards this that mezzanine space that's outside, and realizing that the kind of square that's made, I wish you would have shown more on the, if you want to go to the second floor plan, the mezzanine plan for, yeah, that where you see the top, right, where you get. So that's an interesting exterior space, right? And then that narrows as well. And it narrows in a space where it seems like the gesture of the building in terms of it kind of poking out beyond, since I can, if you can hold it there, I'll just annotate in. Right, so there's this line. And so as you're walking up this, once you get to the top, it's super narrow. So it pinches you down. And then you're in this really kind of nice space. And the more you walk this way, the narrower it gets as well. And then when you're beyond there, it seems like the prow of the building kind of shoves itself into this space. And so it seems like the address of that exterior space would want to be opposite. It seems like it would want to maybe be larger here to deal with the fact that you have these vistas from the prow of the building that's going beyond this edge, right? And so I think that there are a ton of things that you're doing that's super fascinating and super well. But I wish that you would have coordinated or taken time to think about something like this is tough no matter what. That's a toughie. I wish you would have taken the time to sort of think about it urbanistically and think about the presence your building is producing within this public and how and the building's relationship to the kind of existing public space and how it produces public space itself. One of the things that I think is actually pretty successful too is that you have these stairs down to the gym. And that's where you kind of violate or you punch through, and there's an exterior space, there's sun there's light that comes down. And I'm wondering, why is this the only, and I'll ask you this, why is this the only moment where you decide to actually go down? And there could, I mean, like, this can be a warren, right? This can, if you realize that this subterranean space with light can exist, and you can have these bridge conditions and these crevasses that gets light down. Why did you only have make this one time?
Yeah, and that was actually that came up early in design. I actually had like a sunken amphitheater right in the middle of the plaza, but I realized that I think it was more important to provide the space of the plaza for people to absorb it and have all the different activities that they do. Like right now, all the callejones are used as informal gathering spaces and to sell products. So I envision the plaza to be used for the same purposes, to actually have the people give it use. That's why I didn't want to intrude even more into that space within the plaza.
I get it. I mean, but that's the plaza space, right? But when you realize that the two buildings could be connected by a subterranean level, and the way that you move from building to building, it could be a kind of bridge, right? And you could have opened it up, and so the section of the buildings accepts going down within the building, and there can be kind of like these pathways that take you across, and then again these crevasses that gives you light and air and things, and so it makes the building sort of sit on this it makes the relationship of the building and the ground more precarious, and the opportunities of going up and down more interesting, and these moments that I think that you've done rightly so here, more. And so once you've done this, I thought I would have thought that maybe this is an opportunity to maybe do it again, maybe find other opportunities. And the other thing is I also want these buildings. I mean, like this is my, if I was doing this, but it's an interest, like the buildings are so close to one another. I almost want like a bridge to go across so that they kind of connect, right? They're precariously close.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems like in some cases you could have connected the program and made a different expression for how these two buildings kind of engage one another just by a small little, 8-foot, 10-foot, 12-foot bridge that unites them. And then you're kind of going up, and I think that it would have made an interesting section if you both took the opportunity to engage the ground floor plan in a more porous way, and maybe took the opportunity to engage the buildings by a bridge. And so this building in the city addressing exterior space, having I think it's really tight. The stair that kind of, I almost want to. Could you go back to the plan? Now, then I'll shut up. I promise. I almost want this large stair. The plan that shows the mezzanine, right? The plan that shows the second floor, so we see all of that stair. Instead of tapering like this, I almost want this, I know it has some effect on the, I almost want this stair to kind of run all the way up, and then that exterior mezzanine space to kind of present itself to this guy out here. I mean, these are small things. Like I like your project. I like your capacity to represent the project. I think there are a ton of really nice spaces and nice moments. The larger criticism has to do with its relationship to its space, exterior spaces urbanistically, and and amping up the kind of sectional moments that you've done by making the subterranean space that gets light from above.
Yeah, I really want to kind of commend you on the level of, I think, to echo the comments, and I think Stephen brings up an interesting point. And I think when you earn a review and people are asking for more, it's a sign that you're on a very good starting path. And you've kind of, I think, I get really excited about the two renderings that we were kind of looking at. The one that looks all the way through the space, where you see the gym below, you see the street behind it. And these two views right here of the park and those two, I'm super convinced by everything you've said when I look at these renderings. I can just imagine the activity, I can imagine the urban condition, the life that's in this, and it's I think these two, I think, speak to what you started off your presentation with the most. And so yeah, and just like these kind of Paul Rudolph like perspective sections that just show this like immense urban condition, and you can just imagine all the activity there. And I think where I become just a little bit less convinced is maybe that perspective rendering from the corner. And I think what I like what you did with like the library building, the way you've sort of carved that facade towards the street a little bit more in places where it's appropriate with the way that you've laid out your program. I kind of wish the theater wasn't such a monolith on top. I mean, I actually really like the structural conditions of the columns that kind of gesture towards the city. But I think even just the small little cutout that you did on the library that kind of has this like little, opening where it might be circulation or something. I just wish there was like a little bit of that within the theater. And again, it's just, I think it is on that comment on like, I really like there being these certain elements in your project. I wish there were a couple bit more. And the other thing on the library is just in the plan that rear quarter and the way you've kind of terminated the ends of these buildings. I think the library has its sort of service corridor all the way up to the kind of internal corner of that project. I don't know if you can go to that plan really quick, maybe the mezzanine level. Yeah, and just that more solid massing. I almost wish that kind of like very closed off room in the corner of the library, gestured outwards into this plaza that extends, which I guess might be towards the north a little bit more. Then it just sort of feels like it's a little closed off. And this like line, I don't know if that's like a property line that you've kind of created, but it is a very orthogonal line that sort of terminates these two buildings. And I do wish that they maybe gestured in a similar way you're doing on the other corner towards what could be this secondary plaza, like out to the upper left of this.
I see.
But really, really well done. The amount of work you put in is really evident.
Thank you.
Zeke, do you want to go? I don't want to make you go last.
I actually have, there are a bunch of weed whackers and lawnmowers going right now. So I'm going to stay muted for the next 15 minutes. I apologize, but it's really beautiful. It's phenomenally beautiful.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think the imagery is great. And I want to thank you for just the thoroughness of your presentation. I think, again, I think one of the other jurors mentioned this. We're saying this because it's at such a high level that we can ask for more. I like the sectional qualities that you've presented with all these kind of community spaces and how you present them at the ground level and make it easy to get up to the second level so that you can also participate in them. I also share Stephen's desire to have these the buildings that are so close to each other. They're almost kissing, but not quite. There's just like, if you could just bridge it, I think that would strengthen the functionality of the building. I also think that making the circulation more apparent on the exterior might be a helpful thing, because right now it's a little opaque, like how one might interact with the building and the kind of public programs like the auditorium and the community space and the restaurant that are at an upper level, aside from the grand stair that you've created. So that's kind of what I'm looking for. You do kind of have that big blank face of the auditorium facing the plaza. Not sure how I feel about that. I wish there was some kind of purpose for it, like it was a screen of some sort that could be used, but it's not quite the right orientation given the stair. And anyways, that's just something more to think about. But I do like these kind of intimate spaces that you've created in the canyon, where it's not all apparent, like it's not all transparent, but there's it's like a bit more peekaboo. I don't know if you've ever looked at the precedent of the Carpenter Center that Corbusier did in Cambridge, but he creates it's an art center, and there's different masses, but it's all kind of built around this pathway that cuts through the building that anyone can traverse, anyone. What's wonderful about it is that it takes you from point A to another point B, from one side of the block to another, kind of diagonally. And I'm kind of looking for that in your building, because I think it would be it gives kind of a route and a destination within your project. So, nicely done.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, everybody. We have time for one more comment, if there are any final comments.
The weed whackers just turned off, so maybe I'll say something really quick. I think this is like extraordinarily beautiful, super well represented. I agree with everything everybody said thus far, and I think it's really just like a matter of nitpicking at this point. And one thing that I really admire about your concept is creating these sort of smaller streets and alleys, and having a lack of sightedness to your building. And I think you're doing that successfully with all of those cuts that everybody's mentioned on, plan west and north. And I think similar to what Jeff was saying, there's that one straight line at the back that maybe deviates from that a little bit. And even materially, there's that little bar in the building in the, I guess, south corner. And that is this sort of opaque point in the project that I think gives it sidedness, and maybe doesn't help you reinforce that concept of an object in space. And they're back on, so I'm gonna withhold. But another thing to think about too is that I think, like people are saying, like circulation is important, and you can use transparency to a certain effect with glazing. But people like Sejima, for instance, would look at glazing and they don't think of it as something that is transparent. It has translucency. It has a material quality in itself. And we start layering it, you might start to lose some of that connectedness that you're searching for, which is where the ideas of like the Carpenter Center, or even looking at like Lacaton and Vasal's architecture school in Nantes, where they bring this ramp all the way through the project, it can be successful. I'm sorry, this is too loud, but great job.
I have one question before we move on. If you could go down to the exploded axon that's right next to the section, the wall section. It's a simple question. Looking at the project, you have two forms, but the two separate forms. But you have two forms, but you have two different articulations. So the two separate forms are concrete, one solid, one with punches, and then there's a screen. And so one form is actually articulated with two different facade treatments. And so the question of like, 1, 2, or 3, as you begin to identify two masses within one building, and one building alone, and the articulation of the concrete of the one building alone and the building that has two different types of facade articulation, so it's similar. I'm wondering, what was your choice in terms of why you chose to kind of make one of the buildings two different articulations, and the one lone building the same as the concrete? Like why not have 3? Why not have 1? Like what was your idea?
And you're talking about basically why this one in the back, doesn't have like the solid concrete?
Yeah, I'm just wondering. There's more to that conversation, right? Because the two seem like sisters or brothers. They seem like of a kind, and then the one that's articulated with the screen seems different. But the one that's articulated with the screen is still just another part of the same building. And so that idea of kind of how you articulate the facades and how you broke that down, I'm curious about in terms of your execution. Could you describe for us like why you chose to do it?
It all depends with the level of privacy. Of course, the auditorium is the one that requires the least amount of connection to the outside of natural lighting. And then we have the library that does require lighting, but it's at the same time a little bit more private from the rest of the program. And then the lighting comes from the light well on top. And this specific portion of the building is the one that houses most of the public activities and the offices. So those do require a lot of lighting. And the way I wanted to kind of like keep the same same gesture with the solidness of the building was to provide the screen, but actually to provide the punching for the windows. It is a lot more transparent and allows more light than the rest of them, but at the same time, it still retains its qualities as a mass.
And we have to leave it at this right now. I think this was a very pragmatic answer to a very conceptual question in a way. But I think we had that discussion also in studio about the materiality and the expression of it, whether it should be 3 different ones or all in one. So I think it's a really, really good question. But Angel, really fantastic project, really, really accomplished, beautiful drawings, beautiful renderings. It's really amazing. And you can see we're over time because there's so much to talk about in your project. I really want to commend you on the fact that you've taken on not only an architectural project, but like an urban proposal. And I think that the first questions from the jury were about that. Like it was all about public space, and I think Stephen wasn't even sure whether you had an urban proposal for the whole block or what the situation was. So I think you tackled a lot in your project. So that's really quite commendable, and there are really a lot of successful moves in there. I think what everybody in the jury seemed to like were like the sectional qualities within the building. The one view where we look through the basketball court and back to the image, somebody said, oh, this looks like a Paul Rudolph kind of section. The fact that you're kind of engaging the underground and kind of sort of like, so to say, doubling up the ground floor in that sense, that you're drawing that into the public space is really quite amazing. Other references, the Carpenter Center, sort of like the building acting as an urban connector, you know, like I think all of these things were really, really great comments. So I think you got some great comments. You have a great project, and you got like a lot of things also to think further, you know, as the jury said, all of this criticism is just the fact because you're showing us so much, right? So we have a lot to comment about. So congratulations and good job. And thanks to the jury. And we have one more project in our section, and that's Amaris. So Amaris, Antoinette will let you know once you've reached 7 minutes. And you can just go ahead and share your screen.
Question. Which column, or is there a way of actually following? Because I keep on scrolling until I find the right project.
Oh, yes.
Mine's
So
the first one.
You're the first one?
Oh, yeah. Okay, that's easy to find. Yeah. And Stephen, when you go to the very left side, maybe Amaris, can you show Stephen how to find sections?
So you go to this tab right here, and then it has like a list of names.
So you click on the name and it'll take you automatically to that student. So just for the next section, you'll know.
Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, hello, my name is Amaris Vasquez, and my project is a ceramic studio, primarily designed for practicing and aspiring artists, and it is located in the eastern side of downtown Los Angeles, and it is here on the intersection of Los Angeles Street and Boyd Street. the massing of this design is to give this appearance of like a solid mass, but as we go further through the project, we start to realize, or the user starts to realize, there is this level of transparency with the use of terracotta tubes as a screen over the apertures. It creates that illusion of solidness, where as we start to go inside the building, we start to have these cross views within the building. As we enter, we have 3 main entrances. Here from Los Angeles, we have the entrance to the ground level, and then on Boyd Street and somewhat through the alley, you have this entrance down into the sunken courtyard that also leads to another set of stairs to lead back up to the ground floor. And through the back alley, the project has this peeling into the side and into the alleys for the callejones that have been previously mentioned as wholesale and vendors as such. In the lower floor plan under the in the subterranean level, we have a cafe and what's it called? Wet rooms or dry rooms for ceramic products that are going to be processed into the kiln room. And this is more of like a social hub that has this intermingling between the process of ceramics and socializing. And on the ground floor, we start to also see another form of public space that individuals can linger in by buying the products that are being sold here. So this is more like a retail space. On the following levels, we start to see the studios. Here we have part of a double height space where in section you'll see a crossover view. So here first there is kind of like a tunnel into a private space that can be looked into from above, and we go into the rest of the studio spaces where here it's kind of a free space where it can be rearranged in the way that is needed for the users, for the aspiring artists. And here is more of like a study of archives of to learn more of the process of ceramics. And the following 2 levels are more for the private professional artist that practices ceramics. And we have these like open atriums to also see below into the other previous studios. And at the highest floor, we have we come through the space here into an auditorium or lecture room, but you have the ability to access this outdoor space that is more of like an open courtyard that's open from above with, well, it has 2 apertures from above, but it's supposed to be this large courtyard space. So this is supposed to show this like massive, the section here is supposed to show that the project demonstrates this heaviness, but also we start to see this sort of transparency with the use of like glass walls and crossover views. And here, the space that I was talking about the public studio spaces is in this space right here. It kind of looks like like an oddly shaped T. And here as well, you start to also see like how there's this kind of like hollow space where there is no continuous floor, it's just straight through, to not only allow for crossover views, but to allow for lighting into those spaces. And here you kind of have an idea of what the users would be like in the subterranean level. And again, here's the public studio space. In the archives. And this render is supposed to demonstrate the use of the skylights at the top where the outdoor roof courtyard is. And here as well to kind of demonstrate the spatial quality of that. And this is the view from the outside of the auditorium level into the courtyard. And that's all I have to say. But if you have any questions so that I can clarify the project, please feel free to ask.
Thank you, Amaris.
So looking at the plans, and maybe if you can sketch, I guess I'm trying to orient myself in terms of which facade on the building is directly abutted with a building and what facade isn't?
So in this elevation drawing, this one right here is the view when you're on Los Angeles Street. So if you were to be standing here.
I mean, for me to, I'm just asking in the plan so I can because I guess I'm understanding the plan. It's critical for me to understand where light is and where light isn't, where views are and where views aren't, where you're against a building and where you're not.
I understand.
And none of the plans are devoid of the context that allows me to understand, okay, there's a room and that room has views or natural light, or there's a room and the room is directly abutted to a building. I'm just not, so I guess, okay, I guess I can get oriented from the ground floor plan. So always on the left and on the bottom, there's a building.
Yes. And this space right here is an alleyway.
I think, Amaris, you might actually want to draw that into an upper floor plan, the line of the adjacent building, because your ground floor plan actually has that carving on the side, and that changes once you go up. So, and then you always have the alley. So maybe take one of the upper floor plans and draw in the adjacent buildings.
And while you're drawing, what is the program on the ground, the subterranean level?
It's a cafe space, including some of the necessary spaces for ceramics, like the kiln room, and some of the other room is also to store the products that need to go into the kiln room. So it's kind of like a waiting room for the ceramics to be processed.
And then you mentioned public studio space. Are those, can you just describe those a little? And are there also private studio spaces?
Yes, so the public studio spaces are in this level, right? And then that level is also connected with this one. As you can see into that space from here and in here. And then the following two levels provide private studio spaces, which are here and like these rooms. And they also contain openings to be able to see to the lower levels before.
I have one question. It seems like the place where you have the most light and real estate is the corner of, what is that, Boyd in Los Angeles. Why did you put a stair and an elevator on like one of the more critical? I mean, the place on the site, that's the heat, right? That's the place where if you were going to put a corner office, you'd put it in that corner. But instead of allowing that to be a space that has the most light in the best views, you occupied it with a stair core, with vertical circulation. Why did you choose to do that?
I was keeping in mind the alleys and trying to encourage, I guess, pedestrians on the sidewalk to kind of be invited through this like snaking, like not snaking, but this peeling part right here.
I get it, but you see what I mean? Like that's the kind of most significant part of the project in terms of that corner, and it's solid, right? It's something that doesn't provide like I mean, like it's the most sellable part of the project, and you give it over to infrastructure. I mean, I think that the section, although I can't really see it, I think that following the plans and seeing how you're kind of weaving the way that you're moving down and the way that you're moving up is nice. And the spaces that you make, especially there, is really, really nice. I just wish that the kind of the moment of the building that is probably that does get the best light, does have the best air, and is the kind of most sellable real estate of the building wasn't given over to infrastructure.
I do want to note that most of I guess in the plans versus the model is much more up to date than the plans are. So in terms of referencing the apertures and how the light comes into the spaces, plans aren't necessarily a good reference to that.
So the elevator and the stair isn't on the corner of Boyd and Los Angeles, or
It
is
is. It stays on the corner of Boyd and Los Angeles, but due to the fact that it did take a pretty nice spot, I tried to open up the side of the building and here as well. And this is Los Angeles elevation, this is Boyd, and this is from the alley. And the closer you look, you can kind of see that there's this like large rectangular kind of consistency of aperture that still is somewhat covered by terracotta tubes.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand that that is a valuable spot to kind of take advantage of in terms of design, but I wanted to prioritize that peeling part into the alleyway.
I guess what I'm a little concerned about is it's a place of making. It's a place of working with clay, and light is really important to artists. And I feel like, you know, if I am understanding it correctly, when I look at your AXO bird's eye views, you have basically two walls where you can have glass and two walls where you don't, because you're abutted next to buildings. And then when I look at these facades where they are street facing, it's like I understand you're trying to make, you know, limited apertures or restricted apertures. I just feel like, are you sacrificing kind of the functionality and the kind of pragmatic usefulness of the space for the artists? I just feel like it's being compromised. And like in the renderings, I can see you're trying to bring daylight in, but if I understand, those aren't necessarily the studio spaces. If I understand, like it felt like the studio spaces were more to the perimeter. And again, it's like it's hard to really know what's going on because I don't know if I should trust the plans or not. So.
I think, Amaris, you've done a really, really nice job of dealing with the ground level, which is something that I really admire, particularly with how you're dealing with your drop in elevation at that sort of plaza near the street. Like that seems convincing to me in your section where you're showing the T, sort of the core that splits out. It doesn't seem like a space where it gets really dark, and because you're so close to Skid Row, it's really just a place where people live. That seems really nice, and I think there are a lot of interesting things happening with circulation, where your stair sort of has these complexities that might lead you in particular directions or lead you on a journey through the building, which I think is interesting. And I think to Stephen's point, like if you're making such a grand gesture with that circulation, it makes me wonder if that then occupies the corner, or the circulation that you are placing on the corner, which maybe it's for ease of access on your ground level plan, maybe that becomes something more akin to what you're showing in the middle of the space, and it frees up that middle of the space to then take in diffuse light from the north, or sorry, from the zenith, the top of the sky, where artists want light. And I think there are some things with your sections where there are places that are convincingly light, because I know you're going for the sense of heaviness of the building, but then there are places that are really, really dark in your representation, like particularly your first section, sort of axo, where it looks like almost the whole building is in darkness aside from the top corridors, or even the buildings that are on the side adjacent to the party wall, I believe, later on are dark. And so it makes me wonder if those start to serve different functions, or if you even, I don't know, maybe you just need more apertures there, or you open up the center of the building more, but they seem very dark if they're not intentionally dark. And another thing that I think could be interesting, because you were talking about the placement of kilns, is if this is a place where pottery is celebrated. Like one of the coolest things when you go to like a pottery studio is the kiln rooms, and how sculptural the kilns are. Like they're usually these really rough, beautiful objects, and I feel like you could celebrate those more by placing them, maybe in the middle of rooms, or as sort of maybe treating them like another architectural element similar to a wall or the apertures. But really nice job.
Yeah, and I think to continue Zeke's point about the kilns, I think it's also important to think about the circulation from studio spaces to the kilns, because you fire twice, so that means you have to carry it from the private studios, from the public studios into the kiln, and then back twice to accomplish that. So I think just studying the circulation and how, twice a week you have to do this process is important. As someone whose only hobby besides architecture is ceramics, I appreciate your program. I think it's very interesting that you are not taking this vast problem of solving everything that the downtown has, but you're really focusing on one thing, which is art and ceramics, and that can be very therapeutic. And I think you actually have thought out pretty well about the functions of having private studios, public studios, places where you sell the ceramics, places where you display the ceramics. I think this is all very much appreciated. I think maybe one thing, I want to actually play a little bit devil's advocate, and by devil's advocate, I mean about the darkness and natural light. Personally, I mean, as an architect, I'd love to have natural light everywhere. As someone who does ceramics, I don't really need to have natural light. That's not to say that you don't have to, or it's not necessary, or it's just personally that's not the biggest issue for me. And then one other thing that I guess wanted to say is also just the interest of the material itself, because it is both something that you can make functional pieces like plates and art, and also actually architectural material. And you've chosen to use that as your cladding for your building. I think it would be maybe interesting to kind of produce some kind of image that shows the detail of that a little bit more, so so that we could see what that may look like besides from the zoomed out image of your elevations.
It's making me think of a reference. I think just there's a couple things I just want to touch on, but it reminds me a little bit of and I'm sorry if I pronounce her name wrong, but Karma Quo's recent university building in Lausanne, where they have like I think it's like a sports complex in the university, and it's a pretty like rigid exterior with like a much more open organic central stair core with like a lot of natural light that then is the thing that kind of floods the interiors of the space, and even the exterior facing programs are sometimes even more flooded with light from this interior kind of carve out. And I think that leads me into the interest of, you know, you sort of have developed these two systems that I think become really apparent on the floor plans that are a little less like traditional, I would say, where you just sort of have this field of these incredibly massive columns that are sometimes in tension with these more orthogonal elements of the building. And I think the one thing that I wish maybe you had shown a little bit either through the renderings or the floor plans with those, it just maybe what those moments, those kind of moments of tension between these two structures kind of in your mind creates. Like, what are the opportunities that these moments of tension create when you have like the huge column that's, you know, 24 inches away from a load bearing shaft wall, or you know, near this cutout of the opening, or you know, they have such a strong presence in your renderings, but I'm not seeing like any activity of what's happening in there. I'm not seeing, you know, maybe a representation on the plan of like how you foresee these happening. And I understand that there's something nebulous about this in your mind, but I think still there has to be maybe a little bit of a study of specificity in there, or a little bit of showing scenarios that can happen within the spaces for me to feel like a little bit more convinced over the way that you've articulated some of your plan elements and how those plans kind of interact with your structure. Because I see like these renderings do have like a certain emotional power to them, but there's nothing in them. So there's not moments in there where I necessarily think that, okay, this supports a ceramic studio. It could be any number of things. It could be a civic building. It could be a classroom building. It could be a courthouse. Like I think I just would be curious to see a little bit more of how these might inform the program you've decided to work with, which I do agree with Sona is very interesting, especially for the kind of context of the studio requirements.
Great, thank you. Are there any final comments? So thank you everybody. Thank you, Amaris. I think you got some good feedback for your project, and yeah, your project leaves us with a lot of desire, because and I mean, that's how I feel about it, and I know it's unfinished and you almost didn't present today, and I'm so glad you presented. I think there's really a great sensibility in your project in terms of how you treat circulation and how you treat the section, and I think that was brought up as well about your ground floor plan and how you carve into the ground, into the underground, and create these different relationships. And your project always evolved around those cross views and those interior sectional views. I think also your facades, just the way they're represented, and your sensibility of how you place apertures, there's really a great sensibility in there. And I feel like all of your drawings have a lot of promise in them. And I wish you've kind of like taken this further. Yeah, and I think perhaps just to summarize like a few of those things, I think one big thing that came up was light. As a big consideration, and perhaps that kind of weaves into the general comment about being specific about what your program really is and what's really happening in your spaces and what the requirements are. The kind of infrastructural corner kind of came up. And I think the first comment that we got today was from Steve, actually, about like, I don't understand your floor plans. Like, tell me where the context is. And that is so important, because that tells us really about how the building is directed, where do you have lights and where do you not have lights, right? And I think that it's so important to clarify this, and you might kind of want to add that later on, add a few more things to your plans like later on, to kind of really understand that. But yeah, and I think another comment that was great was really about celebrating the program. The idea of the kilns, which you've brought the kilns in this underground space next to the cafe and kind of created this like transparency that people can actually watch that. But like, what if you take that further and make those kilns like an architectural element? I thought that was a really interesting comment overall. But yeah, I mean, I really appreciate the sort of like attention to how you treat circulation, how you kind of reinvent like urban circulation, how people can carve through the building and go underground and then go into the building. There's a lot of complexities that is really promising. So thank you
Can I
very
make
much.
one more comment?
Yeah.
In looking at the plans closely, I do think that there's an attention to poche. How you carve spaces is really interesting. There's a lot of choices that you made in terms of the space that you leave and the space that you make poche, and I do appreciate the attention to all that detail. I think there's a lot here, but yeah, I think there's a lot to desire.
I think that's a great comment to end with. There's a lot to desire, because that means there is a lot of promise in your project too. So I think that's good. So thank you, Amaris. And we are leaving. So thank you to the jury. Thank you, Zeke. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Sona, Patricia, and Stephen. It was great having you all on this jury. And you will actually stay here. We're running a little bit behind. I can see it's actually already a little bit late, but the next panel that will come in will be Wendigo Martins. So everybody in my section, we're going to the next to panel 7, and I'll see you all there. So thank you very much, everybody. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye, Katrin.
Bye. Bye, Wendy.
One time we see fellow faculty today. How's everyone doing? Welcome to the second half, to our jury.
I like this Zoom round robin.
Yeah, and you guys don't have to move. So
That's great.
So, hopefully you're finding it easy to see the concept boards and access the deliverables and the visuals. We will be presenting 2 projects from my faculty section. I know that Katrin probably introduced the capstone 5th year undergraduate project that this is. The students have taken the project through the last 15 weeks to design development level. And they did have 1 unit additional systems integration course taught by the same faculty member as their studio faculty. And they also did a lot of contextual research, code research in the fall term prior to this. Our section is in a different neighborhood than Katrin's section, where you previously saw some cultural buildings near Skid Row. We are in the neighborhood on either side of the LA River, just north of Vernon, at the city limit, just south of the Arts District. So for a kind of location factor, we are on the east side of our river is where the Sears building is, that is to be renovated soon. And then on the other side, on the west side of the river in our neighborhood is sort of a changing dynamic neighborhood of low rise industrial, light industrial areas, but arts organizations are moving in. LA Dance Project has their new space on that side of the river. So students are recognizing that. The 2 in particular that you will see this afternoon have looked very carefully at the LA River Master Plan proposal, which is making its way through public comments currently. And you'll be seeing 2 projects that are at the same site that are on the river, like directly river adjacent. So for the students in our section, quick introduction to our jury here. We have Patty Ree from Ehrlich, Yana Ree and Shanti Architects, and she's got I think potentially a doctor's appointment, or maybe she has to leave, or
yeah, at
are we safe from
5:45.
that? Okay,
I have to duck out at 5:45.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, great. Thank you, Patty, for being here. Zeke Jones, who is with Escher Gunavardhana currently, and has degrees from UT Austin and the University of Washington, Seattle. Thank you, Zeke.
Thank
For
you.
being here. Jeff Kaplan from PART office. Jeff was here for mid-reviews, so he may actually see some of the big leaps and bounds we've had in the last like 6 to 7 weeks. And Jeff Kaplan's blog is amazing, and it is, again, tell us.
Subtilitas.
All right, excellent. Sona Gavorkian, formerly of CPP, and principal of her own office, and vice president now of AWA plus D. Nice to see you again. Thanks for coming.
I'm still at CPP.
Are you? Are you in second year or first year?
First year.
All right. How'd it go?
It went great, actually, surprisingly.
Good. I heard they're good. Yeah. Excellent. And Stefan Slaughter, assistant professor at the University of Cincinnati, has worked with Stephen, pardon me.
No worries.
Thank you for correcting me. Formerly has worked with and continues to collaborate with many, but a few are Morphosis, West Jones, and the ever missed George Yu from LA area. So thank you all for being here. We have a excellent set of critics here in front of us, and the students will we begin with Juan Vasquez. Juan, if you're ready, you can moderate, and I will share my screen.
Real quick, Wendy. Kristen was having me time her students at 8 minutes. Do you want 8 or 10 minutes for your students?
I think they've been practicing for 8.
Okay.
But I'm looking across the Zoom right now and I don't see Juan.
He is not in the waiting room either. So.
Okay. So Chelsea, that means you're up. Are you ready to start?
He just showed up in the waiting room. He's coming right now.
Okay. Do the critics have any questions
For
for us about site or process? Or
sorry, I just joined.
Okay, we're just introducing everyone, Juan, and then we're going to get started. And does anyone have any questions for us about the studio?
He just showed up.
So everybody put your mics to mute. Sounds like we're having a little bit of a delay. Maybe that's coming from YouTube or something.
Yeah, sorry, I just closed it.
Okay, cool. So I think that we can get started. So Juan, if you want to moderate on concept board, I'll go ahead and share screen. And then once you're done, you can maybe turn it off and the critics can cruise around at their leisure. Okay. I'm going to put that concept board in the chat. So if you guys are comfortable looking at concept board in that way, feel free to join on a different platform, but we'll share screen nonetheless.
Okay. Hi, so my name is Juan Vasquez, and my proposed project is located along the western bank of the LA River, right where Washington Boulevard and the river meet. So the project is a community center that focuses on providing professional job training and creative opportunities with the help of incoming businesses and the nearby arts district. The center will host workshops in partnership with incoming businesses in order to train locals in vital job skills needed for professional growth. The center will host a large makerspace and arts center targeted at training residents interested in skills that will help them enter the growing art scene or simply advance their artistic skills. The premise for my project grew out of the need for higher paying jobs in the Boyle Heights community. As we all know, a majority of the jobs lost during the pandemic were those within the working class and service sector, which makes up a large part of the Boyle Heights community and can be seen in this first diagram here. So in the diagram, you can see just how much of the community's population works in these heavily affected occupations. And by providing a center where residents can work hand in hand with incoming or developing businesses, I hope to foster a sense of partnership between longtime residents and those new to the community. So just moving down. In this diagram, you can see just how much, the following illustration, we can see a quick overview of the existing businesses, landmarks, and demographics that have a strong influence over the site. Highlighted in the round markers, we can see a series of arts, entertainment, and recreational sites. And at the bottom left, you can see a brief summary of the demographics for the region. Through this diagram, I hope to outline the important elements of the site that not only function as important parts of the community, but can also help serve an equitable future development. This commitment to community is also visible through the goals set in the LA River Plan, which is set to run parallel to my site just here to the right. And this commitment to community can be seen in this next diagram. You have a brief overview of the plans for the river along with an outline of the plan's goals. The illustration shows proposed development for frame 5, river mile 19.9 of the LA River in which my project is located. And through this LA River plan, there is a proposal for a large project development, which is situated atop my site. Although not much is detailed in what this development would become, the master plan clearly outlined goals which highlight enhancing opportunities for equitable access to the river, embracing and enhancing the opportunities for arts and culture, and fostering opportunities for continued community engagement, development, and education, all aspects which I hope to target through my proposed community center. So moving on to the specifics of my site. The lot is located along the heavily industrialized Washington Boulevard, right where Washington and the river meet. The lot is zoned for heavily manufacturing under the M31 Rio zoning code and encompasses 24,246 square feet with an FAR of 3:1. The site is partially located under a train overpass currently being used by Amtrak, and thus has a height limitation of 27 feet on the northern edge and 35 feet on the southern. And moving over to the development of the massing, I really tried to encompass the idea of acknowledging the context of the site because this area is heavily industrialized and surrounded by warehouses. I plan to stay true to that context by limiting the building's height to that of the surrounding buildings and even including a loading dock along the Washington Boulevard, which helps the building feel like a logical step for development in its place. While the interior and eastern frontage along the river represents and acknowledges what is to come through the development of the river. Continue on to the elevations, you can get a better understanding of how these two facades cater to both the industrial and natural aspects of the lot. The Washington Boulevard facade is very heavy and ambiguous, similar to the warehouse line streets down the block, while the riverfront facade is open, welcoming, and picks up on elements of the river greenway by incorporating native trees and shrubs that dot the river. Through the use of these elements, I intend to develop a space which feels like a natural extension of the riverfront, while the Washington Boulevard front picks up regional elements of the neighborhood, making it more of a natural extension of its place. Similar to how the building is an extension of the riverfront, the program kind of developed as an extension of the outdoors courtyards. When dealing with the program, one of the biggest issues I faced was creating this connection, especially in the case of the workshops that make up a majority of the building's square footage. In order to account for this need, I decided to sync the workshops and create a subterranean courtyard that provides the opportunity to work outdoors but still be out of sight of the pedestrians, thus creating this 3-story program. Moving into the site plan, we can see how on the right, how illustrated on the right, we can see how the subterranean outdoor space makes up a large portion of the eastern courtyard with direct access to the river. This provides the opportunity for direct access to the workspace while also keeping any necessary work, debris, or clutter out of sight. On the ground floor, we have easy access to public spaces such as classrooms and workshops on the east in order to provide direct access to the public, while the western courtyard hosts more private spaces such as administrative offices, mechanical rooms, and a small cafe. The second floor is organized in very much the same way as the first, with the only exception being a fully exterior circulation system, which creates terraces that look down onto the ground floor courtyards. Moving on to the plans, next few diagrams will be more detailed layouts of each ground floor, starting with the subterranean workshop. To the right of the plan, you can see some of the major spaces of each plan through a stylized vignette. This vignette here shows a view of the subterranean workspace right between the bathrooms and the large glass sliding doors that open up to the courtyard, which is right here. Following is the ground plan, which is also shown on the site plan. And to the right of this plan, we will see two vignettes. The one higher up shows a view of the western courtyard, the space here. And you could also see the entrance to the community space lobby to the right. And below that, you will see a second vignette showing a view from the ground floor exterior workshop located here. This space is a double height space with the large accordion doors which open up to the ground floor courtyard for any large scale projects. The second and final floor plan is very similar to the ground floor again, with the exception of the predominantly exterior circulation and a large gallery space at the center of the building. The vignette to the right shows the gallery space that displays work from students, local artists, and patrons of the community center. So tying everything together, we have a view of the, we have a view of the section cuts of the building. On the top, we have a cut facing west as we look through the subterranean and ground workspaces, these spaces here. Below that, we have a cut facing north as we look through the multipurpose gallery space, administrative offices, and both western and eastern courtyards. And lastly, or finally, we have a few descriptive drawings on diving into the details of my building. Beginning with the sun and shade diagram, we can see a small section of the building illustrating how sun exposure for the subterranean courtyard progresses through the day. On the image displayed on the left, we can see the sun position between 1 to 5 p.m. During this time, the sun is situated more to the west, creating concerns that the shadows cast from my building or the train overpass would darken the subterranean courtyard, but luckily this was not an issue, and further shade studies from throughout the day further illustrated that sun exposure wouldn't be a concern. The bigger issue I faced was that of sound created by the passing Amtrak train above. Through some research, I was able to determine that unwanted sound can be mitigated through the simple introduction of perforated acoustic panels that line the facade of my building, shown here.
That's it.
Oh, sorry. And then lastly, just structure and some vignettes of an overview of the building.
If you want to go over those we started a little bit early. So if you'd like to take a couple more minutes and
okay.
Just
yeah,
describe those, you're good. We have about like 25 minutes.
Yes, sorry. So the sound mitigation I also included a green roof, which helps to reduce the noise by 40 decibels per 40 inch of substrate by also replacing the materials in the courtyard with decomposed granite, which helps doesn't help transfer noise through by bouncing the noise waves off spaces. Then I have a simple structural diagram showing how I enacted these different materials to defer the noise. And then below that, a section perspective showing the different spaces of my building. And lastly, an overview of the building with a view from the LA River. And that's all. Thank you.
Thanks, Juan. And thanks, Antoinette, for the time.
I have a question, Juan. What is the material of the panels on the building? It's rendered as kind of a rust or cortin. I'm sure it's not. What is it?
Yes, it's actually the perforated corten steel.
Perforated corten steel.
Yes.
Is the area to the west and south still expected to be industrial in the future? I'm sorry if I missed that.
So at the moment, there's it's zoned for industrial use, but there's no buildings located around my site. So with the plan for the master plan, it is proposed to become some sort of large project But at the moment, there's no real development on what that is exactly.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question. I'm wondering if, I guess it's a question of, if you're proposing this building now and you're also talking about the transformation of the neighborhood as, you know, businesses move in, but also the LA River Master Plan will take some time to be implemented. How do you see your circulation, your pedestrian, your cars, your bicycles? How are they approaching your building? From which side are they approaching it now versus over time when this transformation happens?
So at the moment, I'm hoping that the Washington Boulevard facade serves as the main drop-off point. If you go back to my ground floor plan, I do have this small like driveway that is also serves as a loading dock, which kind of has this small opening that leads into the western courtyard that goes straight into both the community space lobby and the makerspace lobby. So I hope that for now to work as the primary entry to the community space, but as the river plan develops and opens up that corridor along the river, I hope for that to become more of a gathering space where most of the visitors would come to experience the community center.
Can you talk a little bit about why you chose this particular site?
Yes, so I actually chose the site because I kind of like the idea of the train overpass. I kind of wanted to like work with it. Unfortunately, the ideas that I came up with didn't really come to fruition. I wanted to create some sort of like landscape that kind of came around the train in order to make it seem like it's coming through some sort of like hillside, but it didn't really pan out. But I like the idea of having the train kind of go through this industrialized area and then having like this green roof area that is because the train itself adds that detail of industrial, which runs through the central courtyard, which I'm hoping to make more of a green oasis. So the train passing through is still kind of a nod to this is still an industrialized area, even though you might be in the central courtyard looking out to the revitalized river, and it may not look like industrial, but then that train passing by is still like, oh, we're still in an industrial part of LA. It's in a way mixing the natural aspects and the industrial aspects and combining them together.
How do you see your building integrating, because along the bike and greenway of the LA River, this building could signify, could become an event. And so its integration into that, I guess, urban infrastructure is important. And I don't necessarily see right now how you grab, invite, or start to entice or produce a type of entry that because the lobby is held back. In front of the lobby is a sunken courtyard. I think, you know, it's great for the courtyard and the subterranean space. The space that makes is fine. But as an entry sequence, it produces a kind of small corridor. And so I'm wondering how you thought about that whole sequence coming from the greenway and the bike path of the LA River to your project. How are you coordinating or calibrating that sort of transition from those thoroughfares into your building?
So I think the biggest way that I tried to introduce that transition from the walkway into my building is through the use of natural vegetation that is recorded in the LA River Master Plan. After doing research into plants and vegetation that are being used for the certain part of the location of the river where my building is located, I hope to kind of create the continuity through the use of materials and vegetation that instead of it being like separate, or it kind of just flows straight into the courtyard, and not creating any sort of break. So as the walkway or the greenway passes by my building, it seems like it flows into the courtyard as well.
Yeah, I wish that I get that. I think it's tough because of this large space that you have to kind of navigate around to get to the lobby and the kind of tree that sort of blocks your view. I wish you would have maybe speculated on right now it's rendered as a kind of pink thing and a green thing that says Greenway, and they're kind of blobs. And if and I know that to a large degree you won't know exactly what's there. It may not be designed. But since you are saying that there's a kind of correlation between the landscape that you're picking for your project and the landscape of the Greenway, that I would have just rendered that and made more of an attempt to kind of communicate an idea of that transition. I mean, like even design it, right? Because it's such a significant, both the train tracks above as a piece of infrastructure and this greenway and bike path and pedestrian path as a piece of infrastructure, they're so significant that I wish that there was more of a kind of embrace of the project to them, even at the point of actually speculating on what it could be or what you would want it to be, and how your projects and the choices you're making in your projects communicates or engages the thing that we know is still speculative. But I do, in terms of the sequence, it is kind of tricky because the lobby wants to be a space that's easily seen, and the courtyard, although I understand the steps that you're making and what you're providing to the subterranean space below, but it becomes a kind of obstacle in terms of having to kind of make your way around. It becomes a small corridor instead of a space. And so when you're on that level, you're never occupying a space, you're moving around a courtyard. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And so that sequence to the main lobby door seems from the greenway and the bike path to the main lobby door seems a bit fraught, just because of the amenity that you give to the project with this sunken courtyard, which only benefits the subterranean spaces. I don't think it's doing a lot to the space that's made as a courtyard, because of how it kind of cuts it off. And now you just have a little space in front of the lobby before you go into the building proper. I think more could have been done, or in terms of how that's organized or coordinated, so that you still have that very nice space with very nice light, that sunken courtyard, but that space becomes part of a transition instead of just a kind of obstacle that takes you down.
I think because your site has such strongly defined elements like this edge of the LA River and this shape of the the rail line that's kind of the overpass that's above you, it's almost like you could have organized your building program and your kind of party around those strong forms. And I think having like those kind of strong elements to kind of make your gesture of procession, whether it's procession and just the organization of your public spaces, I think that would be more meaningful somehow, because I feel like you kind of like checked all the boxes. You looked at the zone. I mean, you're so thorough in all the things that you looked at. It's like, this was a real project for you. And I am very impressed by that, but it's almost like you're missing the big picture of like the architectural impact it could actually have, in terms of like, this is a moment on the LA River at this super interesting crossing. When you're on a train, you're kind of like intimately in the space of your project. And like, how do you maximize that? Like, you're going to be looking down into those spaces. You're going to feel part of that. And like, I feel like you haven't done it yet. And the things like this stairs down to the lower courtyard level, it's very, it's almost like it was like automated almost. It's not like really paying attention to what the angles of the site actually were, the context that you're dealing with. So anyway, those are some observations.
I think those. Oh, sorry, Juan.
Just continuing that thought, I guess, I think I find it interesting that you also say that you picked this site because of the train, but in a way you're acknowledging it on the plan by, having this diagonal form. But I think sectionally or vertically, I think you're kind of almost ignoring it, even the slope of it. Like if you think about, a building like the McCormick Tribune campus in Chicago, where the tube almost becomes the most prominent thing about it, hugging the train. And it's not to say, that that's how you should treat it, but even, like when you're looking at this Washington Boulevard elevation, right? Like the train above could have not been there and nothing would have changed from your project. And I think that's something, maybe it's almost like a little bit of a missed opportunity. And I'm not sure what the future of the train is. And maybe, maybe it's not going to be there and that's intentional, but it's, I agree. I think it's a little bit of a missed opportunity, especially because you chose this site for that reason.
Yes, I definitely do. I do agree. I wish I did kind of come up with something to target or interact with the train more. I do wish that it was something that I focused on more, but I guess just with the time crunch, I wasn't able to go back and address it.
I think one point where you're really successful in dealing with the train is that elevation on Washington Boulevard in plan, where you've centered your like I really like the gutsy move to place the loading dock at what would typically be the front of the building, because you're saying that this is not the front at all. This is all industrial, and the LA River is the thing that I'm focusing on. And then you've even perfectly placed those columns there, and it seems like this very ceremonial moment where you are using the infrastructure to sort of announce some sort of entrance. It's really nice. And even I think like Sonia was saying, that there's that diagonal cut. I think that could either happen more like, how Rem Koolhaas would do it, where he architecturalizes it, or the whole building could then sort of become the language of the infrastructure, which I think maybe reinforces some of your points about sound attenuation or sound transmission, because the best thing to reduce transmission of sound is typically concrete. It's thick, it's solid. You see it all over freeways. It makes me wonder if this building could become a part of that sort of train infrastructure and how it's expressed instead of something different.
And I think and agreeing with all those points, because I think then it starts to, these forces are so strong, like I think Patricia was saying, it's like, then how does that really impact that programmatic distribution? Is that, as to what Zeke's saying, is that a space for these more serviced spaces, even though it is in the middle of your site, then you have the challenge of how to traverse it. But I could see that, as opposed to maybe there being some of these sort of satellites on the corner of the site that seem a little bit more solid. And I just wonder about certain things like the cafe being blocked from Washington. While I understand your kind of perspective on the industrialized street front, I just wonder that if we are looking forward towards how this neighborhood might change, if having a public service like that, or like a more community oriented program, should be kind of blocked from the street by, restrooms or kind of more service things. So, and then, I think, as Patricia also mentioned, with the river shape, like just wishing almost, it's like such a small thing, but if that stair was just angled parallel to the river, I think it would acknowledge the direction, it would acknowledge the approach, and you could just let the forces of that river kind of twist your shapes a little bit and inform some of your program a little bit more, and just, not, you're doing it a tiny bit with the lobby, but I think you could run with that just a little bit more, and you start to feel the momentum of all these forces in the site, and it would be a little bit more dynamic, which is what I think this lot is. And I do applaud you for choosing such a challenging site. And I do want to also say that I'm super impressed with your whole presentation. And this is a compliment. I feel like I'm in a community meeting and I'm being convinced of a real project. And I think that's a really impressive level of research and detail, and just the clarity of your presentation is really, really strong. So congratulations on that.
I think I'm understanding it a lot better. And thank you, I guess, Zeke, for pointing out the kind of the conceit of the Washington facade. I dig it. But I have one thing to kind of add. What if, and this is like if you did it over again, what if when you went down in this thing, and I agree that if it was oriented towards the river, it'd be the geometry needs to be tweaked. What if when you went down, you're actually going down into the lobby? And so that could be an atrium space that instead of making it that little square there, and maybe you change the program, but when you go down into the building, that whole courtyard is now the entry to the whole building. You're seeing 2 stories of whatever you want. It becomes more of a grand procession down, more of a courtyard, and then you enter the building through that, and then you access the lobby on that subterranean place. I think that this I like the idea that the building turns us back to Washington. It offers something industrial to Washington and addresses the river. If that's the case, and I think that these little tweaks, the idea of this like grand courtyard space that you make, that's now that's now split between the courtyard that goes down and the courtyard that takes you into the lobby. That one little move may make the building, at least for me.
I definitely agree. That's something that it's like you mentioned that, and I was like, light bulb, like that would have been great. But yeah, and missed opportunity, I guess.
But I do need to commend, and I'm actually enjoying this stuff for everything that I'm seeing with all the projects that I'm seeing. It's well drawn. And there's a lot of attention to like where the curtain walls are, how you recess the doors, the difference between a solid wall and a glazed wall. I mean, like the things that you're thinking about in terms of how you're drawing the plan is really, really nice. And I enjoy that level of attention because I can imagine myself in that space, and I understand what it means both spatially and architecturally.
Thank you.
We just have a couple more minutes on this one. Any final thoughts? All excellent comments so far. I think Juan, you I think as Stefan mentioned and Patty and others mentioned, there's the thoroughness here in terms of the materiality that you researched and the kind of all the components that you had to sort of fit and negotiate on the site. And there isn't time for everything, right? So there's 15 weeks. So, but I think the comments are fair, and I think you did take on a lot. And so I commend you as all the others have, and congrats on being completed.
Thank you.
I have a question. Juan, have you worked in an office before?
I'm actually currently working at an office, but I'm actually relocating. Moving to New York, unfortunately.
It looks like you've worked in an office setting. So.
All right. Thanks, Juan. We'll move on to Chelsea Marks now.
Thank you, everybody.
Hi, everybody. I'm going to start moderating. So my name is Chelsea Marks, and my project is a co-working office building. And science has shown us that spending time in nature can have a substantial impact on health. Even as little as 30 minutes in a green space can reduce cortisol levels and focus by up to 40%. My senior project asked the question, if you infuse plants into our everyday work environment, will it create a more beneficial work experience? So this first image here shows my concept, and it shows the different ways in my building that you can have experiences with the plants. There's both plants infused in atrium-like spaces, light tubes into the building, and you can experience them through balconies, through views, and also you can sit and work within the plants. As you can see over this image on the right, that there's very little green spaces in the surrounding areas, and people have little opportunity in the area to go and have that 30 minutes in the green space to refresh their mind and energy. So my site is the same site as Juan's. It's located directly alongside the river with an elevated train track that cuts through about a third of the site. The building is essentially 2 bar towers that are connected at one side and mouth open to the river. There will be a future bike path and greenway added as a part of the LA River Master Plan. And there is open space on the ground level that people can come from the bike trail and they can access the cafe area, and they can sit here as a public space here. And then there's also steps up to a second floor podium that is a green planted space. And here's a zoomed out overview of the site area. And like Juan has said, there's not very many buildings currently surrounding our site. So my program consists of a lobby, cafe, open workspaces that can be accessed by a membership basis, pre-assigned desk spaces, singular offices, small group offices, and conference rooms. There are opportunities throughout the building where the green space is brought in through the atrium-like spaces and dips into the form of the building that bring the green spaces inside. The second floor holds the open workspaces where people can access if they have a membership. And on this side, there's direct access to the podium park space where you can work outside. And on this side, it's lowered 3 foot, and you can sit alongside the base walking level of the planting on the outside here. The third floor holds the single occupancy offices, which include a step out access to small balconies with planters on the balcony. And each level is kind of grouped together for the different programs. And then my building is 7 stories tall, and one of the upper levels are either singular offices or group offices, and this is the floor of the group offices and the assigned seating here. So these ones, there are various sizes for small startup companies, and there's also some public balcony spaces up there. And these are the plants that were chosen to be used on the building. They were all picked from the LA River Master Plan planting list, and they are all low water usage and a low grow height and partial sun plants. And they were all chosen to be able to adhere to the different planter depths that I have throughout the building for the different plant experiences. My building is a concrete 2-way slab with rigid frames. Here is the elevation and section facing the river. And here is the corner elevation from the street. And here's a perspective through my building. The materials on the riverside are a composite wood material and a curtain wall system everywhere that the office spaces are. And on the other side of the building, they are re-pour acoustic soundproofing panels to absorb some of the sound from the bypassing train. And the whole building shape is makes this kind of cocoon shape around this internal green space to kind of protect the people experiencing the green space over here from the sound of the train. Here are some of the interior views. This would be a upper level conference room. As you can see, there's some circulation out there, and they have direct access to the balcony there. This is a singular office with a smaller step out balcony. But these spaces are really about being in your workplace while being able to experience nature. And even just the view of nature has an impact to our focus and cortisol level. So this is the lobby space where you walk in, and there's different ways that plants are infused in here. And this is the second floor podium outdoor park-like space. And these are movable, so they can choose if they want to work in the shade or find a quiet corner to get some work done. Here is an outdoor vignette of one of the higher floor balconies. You can see you kind of got this view of the river and this like terrace plant spaces here. Here's an open working space. As I explained, you can work at the level of the planting. So you get to see people walking by and get to kind of see plants from a different perspective in this one. And this is the other side of that same floor where you're a few feet higher and you can walk directly outside. And kind of, I wanted to emphasize that indoor-outdoor relationship. And then here is from the street. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Chelsea.
Thank you.
I'll start. I think it's an interesting project. I like how you're dealing with the site. I think, you know, the completely turning away from the train and facing the river is appropriate for what you're doing. But I think personally, what I'm missing is some of these like spaces in between inside and outside, because even when you look at your floor plans, there's always inside and then there's outside. And I wish there was a little bit more of like the blend of it. Like instead of you sitting inside and looking at the nature outside, what if you bring the nature inside, and then on the other side, you would take the work outside where you not just, you know, placing a table and a chair and kind of calling that a workspace, but you have almost like gradient of different kinds of spaces that you could work, like semi-enclosed, but open to weather, enclosed from the top. And then on the inside, you have, you know, even with in the renderings, you have plantings and maybe some kind of trees that penetrate through floors and just kind of blend this relationship with nature a bit more rather than outside the wall, you have balconies and you have nature.
Definitely. I think that would be really interesting to see a blended space that was like maybe partially enclosed outside, where maybe if it was a cold day or maybe it was really hot and you've got a lot of shade or something, I could imagine that being a nice place to work.
I'm curious, if you wouldn't mind just speaking to like how you came to the sort of, was the total size of the building based on sort of maxing out the, you know, the floor area that's allowable, or did you kind of, was it more of a design driven decision to kind of build up as high as you did?
Yes to both. It was, I really wanted to max out the FAR. That was something I challenged myself with, and I got really close to actually maxing it out, because I imagine them being, these are membership bases, so the building would be able to sell based on the amount of offices that we could fit inside. So that was the reasoning for the height of the building. And also, I started out with a lower building, but as I wanted to add these balconies and I wanted to add like this park space on the second floor, I started like recessing the building into one side so that I could achieve some outdoor spaces there, and that made the building go higher.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of nice logic with the way that you've kind of laid out the office spaces, and I think you know, maybe this is sort of what Sona was touching on too, but I do wish that almost that sort of sequence of maybe the ground to the third floor and the way that you've sort of carved out some of your floor plates and the way that you can imagine different perspectives of the nature. I think some of the instances in the upper floors where maybe they feel maybe just a little bit more compact than you would imagine they might feel if you were kind of working amongst the scale of something like a little bit more rigid than nature. And I don't know if it is like, you know, maybe the carve out of a couple of double height courtyard spaces where taller plants can grow out. I think, you know, that was mentioned, or different sort of sectional relationships. I mean, I think there are some really nice like kind of balcony moves where you have the desktop kind of continuing along a curve and you're kind of looking out through, you know, this disconnection in double height space. And I think those moments are really nice. And I wish that they almost kind of, you had those moments on every floor in some way, whether there be kind of different relationships and sections between these two kind of volumes in each places, or because I think that entry sequence from the ground up on those first 3 levels feels really strong, and I do think there would be opportunity to kind of continue that to the top.
Yeah, I would agree. It seems like not the diagram, maybe that's the wrong word, but I like that how the building kind of starts at the base and it's kind of a plinth, and then it kind of, as you go higher, it becomes kind of 2 differently shaped towers that combines at the top. And with that as a starting point, I would sort of exaggerate the idea and start carving into the building as much as possible to provide for these types of interior exterior spaces, like removing 1 or 2 floors. I'm having exterior spaces that goes all, you know, completely from one side of the building to the other. I guess I wish that the idea of your project was more porous, and even if you wanted to retain the FAR, it just means that you may need to make the building taller. But if you could have kind of exaggerated that idea and kind of punched through the building, punch through the towers in these spaces, maybe elevate them and then start the tower again and just keep the infrastructure that allows you to move through these kind of exterior gardens. I think that the project is nice now, but I think that the idea could have been exaggerated a bit more, and I think it would have made for a lot more fun in terms of where and how you organize these exterior spaces. Great job, but take that idea and just like run with it, and then don't be shy and kind of making this whole porous Swiss cheese sort of situation. That could have been, I mean, I'm looking at the east elevation, just making it a little taller and then having these views through the whole thing could have been really super cool.
I really agree with that. I think your project is really successful in, one, its integration with the site, how you've shown it as in the site plan. It's this sort of subtle opening that has small spaces that are protected really nicely by plantings. And that sort of becomes the definition for the rest of the project, where you're always having these pockets of green that always could be more. And I think there are like some really nice moments that people have mentioned where your curtain wall or your storefront window, however you want to call it, starts to peel away and make those balconies. And I almost wonder if those horizontal elements, what you've rendered in this sort of filleted, I'm sorry, I don't know the material, wood, or it's the concrete slabs. I wonder if your curtain wall can then start to delaminate from that a bit more, where you start to get larger spaces, varying scales, because there's a lot of consistency in the scale of spaces right now. And I also wonder, like with the fillets, the fillet is something that's really hard, because if you were told that like this is a super expensive build, this is a very practical thing, but this becomes a very expensive building. Like this becomes like a sauna building. And in some ways, I understand what you're trying to do. Well, I totally understand what you're trying to do. There's a certain softness that I think comes with a fillet. And I wish that could have been implemented, or that softness could have come from the plantings more. I think that's a less expensive way to do that. And I also think it reinforces your concept, which is a good one, a bit more.
I think that's interesting, and I think, you know, everything Zeke's saying is, I think, you know, continuing on what Stephen was saying about just running with it more. And I think the more I even looked at like the east elevation that we were just on, and just the, you know, the certain stacking of some of the floor plates, I think always kind of governs you to a certain floor height. But I could also even see then in some of the elevation and section from your facade of even pushing in more. And then the floor below that now has a balcony that has a tree that can grow up to 2 stories and isn't limited to being just something kind of sitting within a planter box. So I think for a project being so focused around the nature, and I do really appreciate also how you've kind of gone into this like botanical level of study of the types of plants, and you're working in tandem with the LA River Master Plan, which I think is really responsible way to approach that, and I think shows a lot of like reality. I think sometimes architects can be pretty notorious for throwing green everywhere to kind of try and hide something underneath it, and I think you're doing it in. And all that being said, just is a starting point, kind of like letting them inform the architecture even just a little bit more, and just sort of being like, I'm going to place this type of tree here. It has this scale of canopy. That type of scale is going to then impact the types of spaces on the inside.
Definitely.
I think it's just I guess maybe on the representation sides, I really like your drawings and your perspective images. I think your representation style is great, and it's actually supporting your idea, the way you chose to depict the greenery and just the renderings overall, and the drawings are great.
Thank you.
I think one thing that would be really interesting to look at too is along the line of that subtlety that Jeff was just talking about, looking at furniture, which, well, actually you have done a really good job of that, but I almost wonder if like you know, in the 2 issues ago of Harvard Design Magazine, Sharon Johnson was talking about the idea of Berlinshaft and the new drop house office, and how you could sort of look at an open floor plate, and then even just placing a plant in that floor plate has an effect on the space itself, and that could you know, move, or a curtain, or I think like taking that level of subtlety that I know you're doing with like the curved desk that starts to look out, there's that special moment. I think taking that mentality forward with your furniture could be really beneficial too.
That's something I was really excited to explore with the furniture. And when I arrived at that point, it was kind of like, I should have thought about this when I was designing the shell of the building. You know, it was one of those moments where I think I learned a little bit of the order that I need to think of these things when I'm designing something.
Which I think is, you know, there's a lot to tackle, so it's understandable.
We have time for some final comments for Chelsea before we open it up to general comments for the day. If anyone has anything else?
I don't know if this is kind of veering into the territory of it being something different, but I think in just sort of continuing this train of thought of the influence of nature into this, it also makes me think a little bit about, you know, structure and the articulation of the curtain wall and the kind of regularity of the sort of mullion spacing, which I think there's certainly a pragmatism and an economy to that. But I do think that also there's elements of, or those sort of building elements do, I think, have the ability to have like a slightly more direct dialogue to this kind of idea of the nature in, and that, you know, you are kind of presenting a column-free space, another, or, you know, columns kind of adjacent to your window line, but another approach could be thinking the column as like, you know, you have another forest of structure happening that kind of continues this language of the natural inside to the building system, or that the mullion spacing has a little bit more to maybe do with the dialogue on the outside. I mean, it's a complicated line of conversation, but it's just making me think, I think you are bringing a lot to the table with this, and you're already doing a really good job in that dialogue between, you know, the building and this landscape. And it just is making me excited to kind of see where else could you take this.
I think that would be really cool if they somehow express like more natural form and like maybe the pattern or something like that.
And that's something that, like, you know, Alvarado does really well, and Junya Ishigami, like all those people who are interested in that modern idea or modernist idea of indoor outdoor. Another thing, like, I think if we're on structure, like the use of the waffle slab is sort of interesting here because you have two forms that meet at an irregular point, and you also have these fillets. And so it makes me wonder if the waffle slab is really appropriate, or if that again turns into something either more regular that lets the columns read, or whatever that field is, or something more irregular. Or separate, or the structural systems are sort of distinct. Instead of it being one building, they start to sort of read as three buildings, the knob, the building along the train, and then the other bar along the LA River, I think.
Well, I think the breadth of comments, Chelsea, to all of your different deliverables, all the great work that you've done, speak to kind of the control that you've had. Maybe it didn't seem like that, but the control that you've had and the kind of really like meticulousness you've kept to kind of getting to the next state, getting to the next scale, getting to the next resolution. At each step in the process. So congratulations.
Thank you. And thank you everyone for your comments.
So we have a few minutes if our jury would like to reflect on what they've seen today overall, the last couple projects we've seen in this section, or I don't know, advice for our fifth years who are done now.
I'll go. It's always fun to beam back into LA and kind of take a look at what the schools are doing. I have to say that like I am really impressed at the level of care that I see in all of the drawings. Like this is all day long. It's not that usual that you find such attention to detail, and it's not just the like line weights or making the drawing read or its legibility, but it's also how they're thinking, how the students have been thinking about even the transitions between curtain wall and solid wall, how the students were thinking about poche. I'm really super encouraged with all the work that I saw today, and I'm really glad to have seen it. Good job.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of good ideas, a lot of thought, and I think a lot of the, I mean, all the work I've seen today, the fact that they had, they could choose the program and what they're doing. I think they're all very interesting. So it's very encouraging to see that they all have very good ideas, the representation and like the deep understanding of the context and researching to like specific things like planting and, like structural systems and things like that. They're all very thought out projects. And I think sometimes because they're so thought out, we forget that, these like there's time constraints and like you couldn't really consider everything. And there's things that we're saying that the students are like, yeah, we knew we just didn't have time. So, so I guess with that being said, is like all the comments we're also giving are comments of, you could either keep improving your project and keep working on it, or you could just take these ideas into your next project, the next work projects if you were going to go or work after this. And so hopefully they were constructive enough for that.
And I think the maturity of the kind of ideas process in these projects we've seen with you, Wendy, the level of kind of research and the way that it's been focused, and the sensitivity towards all aspects of architecture, whether it's site, client, context, construction, all this stuff is really impressive at this. And I'd like to, for the students, that if you're on such a great path if you choose to kind of continue your life in this profession, because this level of kind of presentation and thought and development is seems like very well beyond the kind of bounds of a school kind of understanding of this stuff. So really, congratulations. You could see the effort and the amount of time that's been spent on this stuff.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of love in all the projects we saw today, like so much care. They're some of the best projects that I've had the pleasure to review. So thank you very much. And I hope that you all keep on being interested in site conditions like this, because I think they're really important for architects to address. And they're actually points where the power of being an architect comes to play in very real terms, as opposed to maybe thinking about things like program or even speaking about architecture. There's a certain reality that has to be met with stuff like this, and it's all over LA. So great job.
Yeah, I saw a lot of maturity today in the projects in this section and as well as in Katrine's section, and just the thoroughness of thinking and development. It was really heartening to see. And so I also congratulate all the students. I think that these are great pieces that you can put into your portfolio, or if you're going to be moving on to grad school, or this is a 5-year program, right? So maybe grad school, maybe not. I'm not sure how that all works out, but kudos to you all. And it was really enjoyable to see your work.
Well, thanks so much to all of you. It's a nice way to wrap up the day and to wrap up the studio. For those who've gone today, we have 10 more tomorrow. Feel free to watch on YouTube if you guys want to, if you haven't had your fill. But really, really appreciate your time this afternoon and dealing with Zoom and the concept board and everything. Hopefully we'll all be able to do this live and in person next year. Thank you so much. Yeah, exactly. So,
nice
really
meeting all the
appreciate
jurors too.
Yeah.
Take care, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
So we're done for the day, you guys. We're not going to meet or anything. We'll see you back here at 11:45 or so. We start tomorrow in what room? 5 with Blake at 12 noon. So see you all there. Like all the jurors said, the work looks amazing.
Thank you, guys. Good job.
Have a nice evening.
Thank you, Wendy. Bye. Thank you, Wendy.